let's go. Good evening. Hello. Thank you for the pad. I did remember just in time. I wanted to change up these settings so everyone would be able to actually write today, I think. I'm sorry. I'm just a scaredy cat and I try to make it so I do not ever get hit by a hate raid, or if I ever do, half of those bots will just not be able to raid because of all of my verification settings. But hello, good evening. Welcome back to the Élan Garden Variety. We have 2 more games today, and I think these are at least this one is for sure going to be slightly darker than the 2 we did yesterday. Granted that Yuri Paddle did feature a murder, so maybe that's, you know, maybe that's kind of a weird way to say. But we're gonna start off with the Wingspring Sleep Tonight. Also, thank you for the cast anime. Wingspring Sleep Tonight, which is also now available to play in your browser. I've seen it is new. And this one, I'm so sorry, I did not see the content warning for Yuri Paddle, but I am looking at the content warning for this one right now. The following story contains implied domestic abuse, explicit violence, animal death, and toxic lesbianism. So reader discretion is advised. And do not try this at home. Do not try the toxic lesbianism at home. we are going to observe the toxic lesbianism at home, though. I love me some good toxic lesbianism. I cannot wait to find out what that's gonna be like. Oh yeah. Let's see, I think I put everything... Yeah, text speed is where I want it to be. There we go. It was made with the vampire, so let's get into it. Ah, okay, the following story contains implied domestic abuse, explicit violence, animal death, and toxic lesbianism. It's right there. God. If only I would use the eyes I have to actually read. Read discretion advice and do not try this at home. In a sense, you're fortunate. One luster you will never feel slip through your grasp is what it was to be gods. Of course, the title was given to us by those who didn't understand. The folk have never had deities of our own. Those condemned to such short lives, perhaps, can only view any who live longer than them as abominations. But when humanity first came to this land, they saw what we were and knelt, and in their awe they prayed to remain insignificant to our eyes. Not a night went by that was not spent in revelry, and changelings danced among us, nearly as numerous as ourselves, and we stretched from the ice and whispering winds of the north, between the oceans of east and o'er precious mountains of west, to the depths of this forest, and magic was all that enthralled us. Ooh. Should we have thought that time would end, we whose natural lives have always been eternal? It may yet have gone on forever had one of our own been less foolish. A human trickster, the name long forgotten, took one of the folk for a lover and betrayed them. Stolen magic, the trickster forged the iron weapons that proved fatal to our kind, and humanity climbed up from its knees with a ruler of their own. Our weakening was meted out in lines they called borders, desolation they called progress. A small human hovel in the north grew into their royalty's snarling gullet, and they hid outwards through the land as they gained more and more influence so quickly. I think I need to relearn the English language. Sometimes. We lost our eyes, our ocean, our mountains. What remains of us remains here in this wood, where every breath of magic is a fight to not be its last. We would weep to lower our heads and proclaim this the age of humanity, but it is certainly no longer an age of the folk. Humanity sprawls its seed further than can be pushed back, and now we suffer. It did not have to be this way. It was humanity that stole everything from you and I. You must remember that. On Wingspring you sleep. Oh, okay, wait, okay, yeah. I do remember one thing, though. Let me fix this. I'm gonna... I'm gonna move over here. Because most, if not the entire game, is kind of built like a book, right? So it's all going to be in this general direction on the right hand side. So my entire setup is just very unfortunate. 1 second. See, there we go. Now no one can complain that I'm covering text again. For once, I think. The wood is withered. I feel it around me like the arms of someone who once loved me. I do, but whatever it is now, this isn't what was told to me in song. I may be a child to those who saw themselves as gods, but I do pay attention. Even as close to midsummer, the green of the trees is just green. Even Mother says to me that it's getting worse, so I know that all the folk of the woods see it. Maybe that's why my magic refuses to bloom. Why should a child born to the decline of the folk have the same sort of power her mother does? There will never be a future where I lead them like she does. It's too crowded in the lungs, too frantic, everyone worrying that the wood is dying, all while they still prepare for midsummer. A revel at the end of the world. It makes folks act oddly, the way you shut everything you are to feel true escape just for a moment. Of course that's only possible if you can somehow forget that you have to come back to the real you, and she's the one who'll be different forever after what you've done. The humans sense it. I can breathe easy out here, just the birds and the trees and me, closer to whatever fine blade of grass is a definitive border, sorry. That's another thing the woodfolk don't talk about, and I'm not bringing up with Mother. But there are humans who venture near these spots, a woodcarver who makes sure to only take from dead trees, exceptionally brave children from the nearest human settlement, a day's walk to the west, a nomad family of hunters who lay their traps. Is it strange that they're my favorites? I've grown the most familiar with them, a mother and the 2 sons, always setting their snares at dawn and returning to collect their rabbits and squirrels before nightfall. They're always together. I know Mother wouldn't approve of my interest. It certainly isn't that she fears humans, but she still counts her losses to them. One more thing about me she wouldn't understand. Maybe that's it. Without magic, I might as well be a human. Oh! Singing. It's barely past dawn, and that's no song of the folk. Let's try it again. Oh. Human. I think a new one. Her voice fell flat off that high note, and she just tried the melody again. How did she manage to make it sound so natural? This feels like a dream, letting some strange melody lead my way. I don't want to interrupt her. Girl, she's singing to the bird perched on a branch like we would. Oh, but her other hand. She took 2 eggs right from the nest and into her pocket. It's clever enough that she must have tried this before. Alright, at least that's breakfast taken care of. Mother would just observe. Well, Mother wouldn't have followed a mystery song through the wood at all. That song was lovely. Who goes there? She jumps at my arrival. How do I appear to her? Her gaze is lingering on... my ears. Another pointy-eared character? It's a win for me. You're Faye. Hello. You mustn't be from these parts. Well, I appreciate the compliment. The song's just a lullaby. My sister sang it to me when we were little. And you're not quite right about me not being from around here. You could better say I'm kept on a close watch. Yet you're sneaking out to hunt your breakfast and risking being caught by a folk of the wood. Singing like that, perhaps you were hoping to be caught. How are you so certain that you caught me? No, it's my fault. It takes 2 to me too close to the boundary. Letting you go for the day is the right thing to do. Remember when dancing to leave room for new... Wait! There we go! Perfect. I fit right in. Leave room for you new. Variety in my newest stream as... What do you mean? Oh, it's been variety. A variety of girls kissing girls, preferably. Only for today. Oh, such mercy. I thought you run along before you change your mind. Or will you also be passing through tomorrow? Tomorrow? That would be something different from whatever this is. Love girls kissing girls, we do. I could try to find this grove again. I do believe that I could as well. Well, my sister will throw a fit if I make her wait on breakfast, but I look forward to tomorrow. That's right. Humans have a superstition that if one of the folk gives you our name first, we can hold no power over you. I'm Morgan. Morgan? Morgan. I feel like that suits you. I'm very glad to have met you. My name is Ilse.
Well, nice to meet you, Ilse.
Aww.
A little blush, I can see it on your face.
Can't help but hum that lullaby, she said. The folk don't have to sleep as much as humans. I've never thought about a song I would want to fall asleep to. I have something to look forward to now. Ilse and I talked for barely 2 minutes, but this is the most that I've wanted to do something in ages. Speaking of things I need to do, let's see, some chamomile and some gardenia. Oh, and lavender, perfect. Should be strong enough to mask if any of Ilse's scent got on me. I don't think I could pass off for a changeling, especially since the only one I have talked to is... Forget her. More folk about this morning than usual. Must be revel preparations. I don't really bother waving to anyone anymore. Sure, there are more new faces now, though the last of the mountain folk have merged with us. But even the ones I've known all my life, it's obvious how they see me. Late bloomer, unendowed. She really be Map's daughter. Believe me, I'd have it some other way too. But then I live on the outskirts of the lungs. For how much time I spent trying to escape it, you'd think there were shackles keeping Mother chained inside. Sometimes she got months speaking to nobody but me, if anything requiring her leadership comes up. If nothing, oh my god. Ugh. I took a moment to breathe in the old woods, the Morgan who spends her days roaming the woods spying on humans. She's left out there beneath the trees. She's not the one who enters this cottage. I like to think she's the real me. I wish it was larger in here. I can't hide anywhere, not even from the walls. They're all painted with the stories of old, from when all this land was our heaven. Mother is there, but the portrait isn't really her. She's so minimal, just dark horns and judgment among all the rebels and Huns, violence and creation. I always felt a revolting fascination with them. At the first time I opened up a dead animal for a spell. Power that my role is to never dream of. Good morning, Mother. Ivy would have been preferable to gardenias, but you can fetch that later. You know where to put the flowers. Can I help you prepare anything for the solstice? I suppose there's some wreaths that need to be woven. I suppose I accidentally clicked out of the game. Hello? Ah. Yes, wreaths. Wreaths I should do all the magic with, mind you. I can use some of the finest wreaths in the wood for how many years I spent only making them. Morning glory, barberry, watercress, the ball of rabbit's blood beside them. Memory puppets my bloodstained fingers. Good enough. Remember that you were born to a purpose, Morgan. Here we go, as always. We're the Witch Kings, we're the Guardians. We keep the magic, and with it, the only order in this world that can be hoped for. And what would she do if she knew I met a human in the wood just an hour before? That Ilse wasn't afraid of me, that she threatened none of our kind. She was warm and beautiful, and all she asked of me was whether we could meet again. I understand, Mother. I'm sorry, Morgan, but you don't. Not until you play your own part. I need to go gather some more ivy. It looks like we need more magnolia as well. He doesn't need to know I crushed the last of it under my boot. You know what you're doing, I hope. Those blackbirds are out again today. Is it strange that I hope they don't wind up anyone's dinner? Let's see, which way did I walk yesterday? I think it was to the west and then a bit north. I love the picture book style. She's really here. I almost want to sing the next line with her. But what's that hanging from my belt? It looks like a knife. She could be for anything. She was hunting yesterday, wasn't she? Still, I don't see any blood on her. The real thing she'd need to protect herself from in the woods is... Morgan, are you there? You heard me coming. I'm not certain that heard is the best word. I felt something yesterday and just now, right before you appeared. They probably don't even register it. But it's like the whole forest pulling a touch closer around me. So, yesterday too, then. I'd be lying if I said there was no shudder. Can I confess something? When I felt it with the stories I've heard about those trees, I did wonder, hope even. So, the singing. Well, don't start thinking too highly of yourself. A girl does need to eat too. No need to just stand there. We both went our way back, didn't we? She doesn't even seem fazed by how close we're sitting. It's like she doesn't have a care in the world. Must be nice. No, I need to say something. But this is only the second time we've met. How much do we actually have to talk about? Did you find any more breakfast today? Really? Breakfast? What am I even saying? But she's laughing. It's musical, like she can take her amusement and bend it into something beautiful. No unlucky words today, sadly. Maybe they got smaller. Maybe. I did find these, though. She's woven some wildflowers up her arm the same way that I do. I thought that I might bring some back for my sister myself. Is she the sort who wears flowers in her hair? No, I can't quite picture that, which is why I want to see it. She wouldn't say no, it's the least that she owes me. She smiles with her teeth. Her hands keep going in and out of her dress's pocket while she talks. She feels realer than she did yesterday. I've met a lot of wreaths out of flowers like those, you know. The gardens we have are beautiful, so I've heard. The drawings of some of your flowers that I've seen. The paths change every day, even as you walk. The air brushes your cheek like it's been longing for your return. It's tempting just to linger at the entrance, but you wonder, what's in bloom? Even flowers you would grow on your windowsill feel different. Golden. Magic. It seems more fantastic than I can imagine. The whole garden is really at your command? Oh, the garden! Is that where you keep your menageries of fearsome beasts? Fearsome beasts? I've read about them too. Twin-tailed black cats who trick human travelers into games of finger bones on your behalf. Or serpents who grant understanding of the language of the bite. Well, some of us do have familiars. You make them sound far more fantastic though. Oh. She's so earnest, I feel guilty being the bearer of bad news. It makes sense that human accounts have blown things out of proportion though. What would help her understand? Or I can try showing her. Oh?
Oh, they're not leaving room for Nua anymore.
It won't be the real thing, but when we turn to them it's sort of like... What am I thinking? I'm about to make a fool of myself. Because how many times have I dug a hole into the earth like right now? Have I placed bits of plants inside and covered it back up? Breathe in with my hands over the plot. When did Elsa lean closer? What does she see? Some one-trick gardener? Or one of the Fae? So many different flowers bloom within this grove. I have to focus on just the one. Huh. It's a magnolia petal, but I've never thought of it like this before. I see it in my mind, but it's part of the soil now too. And that soil is part of this grove, with every dewdrop and every blade of grass, and the wildflowers Elsa picked, and the roots going up into the trees, and... I'm not me at all. I'm one of those blackbirds in the sky looking down, the only other creatures in the world who know about us. We bleed into the grove, this color again. The wood knows me, and now it knows Elsa, and it's singing her lullaby. The sword is trembling beneath my fingers. I unclasp them, and I hope Ilsa thinks the shaking is normal. As I raise my palms upwards, the blossoming magnolias are coaxed from the earth, straining for the sky of my magic. It's so easy. I turn back to Ilsa and I know it. It's her. It's her. Until I met the strange human girl, despite 1,000 tries, I could never do this. I plucked the magnolia from the earth. Keep it. You made it. White isn't my color anyhow.
What do you mean?
It's not much. Whole gardens are still out of my reach. These are more manageable. I pluck up a stalk of Ilsa's wildflowers, braiding my magnolias through the smaller blooms. I don't even have to think about what my fingers do. I barely have to look away from Ilsa as I braid another wreath. Some skill for one of the fabled folk, isn't it? Could you humor me? Would you mind turning around? Oh, maybe I should have kept to just one flower. Making a whole patch grow in a matter of seconds was a bit much. She takes a wreath from me, and then I feel her hand on the back of my neck, pushing my braid over my shoulder. The full prick of her fingertips somehow feels like a sunburn on my skin. I can see my left ear fully now, my base nature like there. Some small breeze blowing just between us. It's Ilse breathing me in. Fingertips trace high to the nape of my neck. Dove, my swan, you've been gone so long. How many tears more must I shed for your song? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. You tensed up. It's fine. You can keep singing. The lullaby, right? Right. Her own hands are getting more confident in her voice. Left me with naught but a smile and passed on. This poor crow can fly from the memory of your arms. Yet I know what skies you've sought into from me. No pale beauty feathers stirred by my pleas. I bet you my heart and I'll see yours bared too, if holding it's the last thing I'll ever do. Her hair is nothing like mine. How would it feel to run my fingers through hers like this? Well, let's try something else. Who taught you this? Your mother? I thought myself. Too much time on my hands, my sister always says. I should do. Bring it back over your shoulder. I wish I had a mirror to show you properly. Ooh! The wildflowers. She's woven them all through my braid and crowned me with the wreath. They smell soft, sweet. Thank you. I thought you said that song was a lullaby. It seems a bit what? Dark is all. The end. It seems more like the singers laying claim to the beloved rather than pursuing their love as equals. Now that you mention it, I suppose so. I've known it for so long that I never gave it much thought. Although, knowing my sister, it might well be some murder ballad that just happened to put me to sleep all night. It's the sort of thing she sings in a good mood. A good mood! Okay. Who really thinks about the stories we tell children until someone points out the flaws? Stories. There's the one Mother has told me so many times. I've memorized where she pauses to breathe. But all that happened centuries ago. Things get lost in memory, don't they? Let me return the favor somehow. Our midsummer revel's almost here. Maybe next time I could teach you some of our songs. Maybe next time. Listen to me. Assuming a whole future without even thinking. I look forward to it.
She's off. Yes, blushing.
I have little else to celebrate. Just a moment there, something slipped through. I know what kind of sadness that was. The revel. If I could make it glamour, I could sharpen the tips of her ears. She could dance to her music, be the queen of the festivities. And when she's caught, how horribly will that end? This grove is what we have. This grove is enough. Pointy ears and fangs. Yes. Who is spying on me? That's 2 characters with pointy ears and fangs. And we're only at game 3. Hello? I pick up the second wreath and straighten it on Ilse's brow. Wear this next time too, so that one thing of ours can match. You keep saying next time. Even yesterday you agreed so readily. You really want to know that much about me? You knew, unlike anything else. Well, I suppose you do have me there. I should go. My sister and I live alone. She worries if I'm gone for too long. Of course, we wouldn't want that. Tomorrow, though. Tomorrow. 2 young human women living alone, this close to folk forest. Fearlessness must run in the family. And who knows about young either? The sister of hers sounds more like a mother. She was singing Ilse to sleep as a baby. What in the name of the tallest man was that, Morgan? Who? Talia.
She has heterophobia in her eyes.
So this is where I've been wandering further and further off to, gathering for maps, surely. What does Mother have to do with this? Really, Morgan? I'm trying to give you an excuse here, because to me, it looks like you... Why do you care what it looks like I'm doing? I thought that wasn't how you felt. I think it matters for all of us if you're... Peculiar? A human? It's not... I don't have to explain myself to you. You're changeling. How is it any different? You and I both know perfectly well the difference between me and a human. Did the family leave out a boundary? Has she met the change part of the process? That's what I thought. Oh, it's not, because nobody's being I don't know how to say that word, I'm sorry, beguiled? She's just a girl from the wood who happens to be human, and it doesn't matter if she knows who I am because she's the first one who doesn't care. Do you really mean that, Morgan? No. How about for once you answer my question? Did you follow me? Yes. Why? You need to make sure I haven't gotten on too alright without you? This would be easy if she wasn't still as gorgeous as ever. You could throw Dahlia off a cliff and she'd spatter prettily. Oh! That'd be perfect, wouldn't it? Little Miss Perfect raising her hand to the sad broken dot of the Witch King. Except, she's tracing my jaw and she pulls me closer. Her lips brushed the ridge of my cheek. Well, have you? I still remember how to hold her. Her lips close in on mine. What? The magnolias I grew that weren't woven into ilses in my crowns are right at my feet. I don't think anything. The girl I loved like a spark loves dry wood. It's kissing me again, but they shoot upwards. Ah, my ankle! She breaks apart from me, stops, tears her foot out from the magnolia stalks that wrapped up around it.
Aha, you didn't leave enough room for newer Jesus.
Morgan, what are... Oh, you're all over them. Did you use magic? Does Map know? Why do you care what goes on between me and Mother? Morgan, if you did, that changes things. You're not being fair. And you're only honest when it suits you. How does it feel being on the other end? She doesn't get to ruin this for me. If she tries to follow me again now. Oh, what? I didn't even mean for that thing with the flowers to happen, and I don't want to hurt her. Not really. She's the one who makes having simple conversation impossible, though. I've always barely been able to keep up with her. That's why it's for the better that she ended things. No matter how much it hurt back then. I have the impression she got of Ilsa too. She's wrong. I'm not... That's to say...
Hi, Barry. Thank you.
That's a quick save. This is a proper save. Oh, there we go.
Okay. Thank you. How are you?
I know what falling in love feels like. Dahlia's the one to thank for that, and I did kiss her back just now. But it doesn't change that the first time I've been able to use magic was when I was with Ilse. Yes, that's what I need right now, while I feel this out. A friend. Someone who isn't judging me, who has no motives of her own. Just a friend. Morgan! We're meeting even earlier today. It's not yet dawn. I suppose neither of us could wait. I would worry how Ilse found her way through the wood in the dark, but there's a candle lit inside the glass lantern she's holding. She looks tired, tense. She wasn't using her right hand to hold things yesterday.
I'm good as well. Thank you.
Where did those blisters on her palm come from? Did I not mention it? Did I say that out loud? Oh, you don't need to hide it. I just... Well, now's as good a time as any. My sister is a craftswoman. It's only right that I help her with whatever she needs. Would you humor me? How far exactly is your home from here? It just troubles me how far you've been walking. Would you like for me to show you, in the name of allaying your fears? I'm traveling further north like I suspected, but not towards the human village. I don't think any of the folk have walked in this part of the woods since Mother's youth. And Ilse, she keeps looking back over her shoulder at me, like she can't believe I'm following her. Is my being here helping her nerves or causing them?
Yeah! Point is...
I don't know what else I expected. It's a proper house. Not thatched together cabin with logs still groaning. No, thatched together cabin with logs still groaning from being cut down.
You had to know that, Barry.
How long did you say your family has lived here? What a cottage. I don't know, to be perfectly honest. My sister couldn't live in a capital anymore. She took me with her and followed the river south until she found... Well, we aren't the praying sorts, but it was a certain stroke of luck, wouldn't you say? So it's always just been the two of you? For all your life? Ilse, are you out here?
Kriemhild.
I can't see her, but it's no mystery who that must be. Something feels wrong. I crumple a fistful of egg in my pocket and lay my palm on the nearest tree. I've seen plenty of folk do this spell before, and it feels sort of like growing the flowers did yesterday. Hide. It's like the bark of the trunk grows around my hand, a slough of hot wax that scrapes rather than burns. My skin mottles the same colour as the wood, patches of moss laying the claims of my arm until all of me that's visible is dusky green. Go, Ilse, it's fine. Hey, why is she looking at me like... Oh no, this isn't the magic I used to grow those flowers. This is... The reason humans cut down the trees before they lay claim to the forest. A story that keeps children from wandering from their beds. A monster tapping my fingers at her window. Ilse? Elizabeth! Something, Ilse, say anything. I promise it's still me. Kriemhild, I'm right here. Ilse, did you go into the woods? No. So I swear, I don't want to talk about this again. The sun's barely even up. It's alright, let's just go inside. Kriemhild, it's nothing. That's right, that's all you can say. Nothing. Nothing. I'm nothing. Should I have a sense to stay away? If Kriemhild suspects something, we need to both be cautious. But I was cautious this morning when I used the camouflage magic. Look what Ilse thought of that. Alright, left arm, right arm, everything back to what Ilse sees. And as for what's in the bag around my waist, well, Mother might see what I stole and realize what magic they work together. Maybe she'd be proud. I've got to go back to the cottage. She won't come to me. I recognize how she talked to the sister of hers. Sister, mother, seems either way, I thought, right? Someone looks smaller at night. Which room is Ilse's? It's the last thing I need, her sister waking up to see me outside her window. Oh, up there, aloft on the second floor. That's the candle from Ilse's lantern this morning. Did she light it for? She's even left it open and there she is, brushing out her hair for the night. Her arms. I hear how she breathes in every time she raises them. They're stiff. She's hurting. Something isn't right in this house, but then I already know that. Ilse? What do you want? I've never seen her like this. She turned around so quickly, but she looks like she hates me. Like the doe at the end of the wild hunt. I've only seen her teeth when she smiles, never her fangs. And her nightgown isn't a bit clothes I've met her in. I can see more of her. Chest, her shoulders, they're all bruised, like ugly eclipses all over the peach of her skin. It's the height of summer. I've always met her when any human should have sweat salting their scalp, with her neckline buttoned up to her throat and the cuffs at her wrists. They've always been there. Who hurt you? Who? Oh, why didn't you tell me? Morgan, tell you what? You're not a fool, Ilse, and I'm not either. You shouldn't have come back. I think those bruises are exactly why I should have. You don't understand nearly as much as you think that you do. Ilse, if I did anything that upset you, I truly am sorry. That wasn't my intent. No, Morgan, it's not... I'm not angry with you, it's myself, how I acted earlier. I don't know why I thought leading you here was a good idea, and then Kriemhild was there, and I've never had a friend, not truly, and I realized that's what you are to me, Morgan. I just hadn't let myself think that way until we were right there at the doorstep, and it wasn't perfect. Not the way I thought it would be. Friend. She does feel this bond too, then. It's real. So why does a word feel like shadows on a summer day? I want to help you, Ilse. No matter how little an escape I can offer, I don't know where yet. Past the grove? Maybe there's a revel, but I can't understand the kindness you've shown me. It's all that feels right to offer you, for your friendship. Thank you, Morgan. I don't feel like you know so much more about me than I do you. Necessary caution. When you were a stranger, at least. Don't you see, though? I can't explain my world in words. This is the best answer I can give you. Surely a night stolen into the Folkwood is better than how I exist here. What have I done for you to slip through my window with the knife and save me from existence? Please don't think of me that way. As a girl who's only wounded, only ever falling. Who's never wondered where the bravery to self herself lies. She only held my face in her hands for a moment, but it's just some magic that preserves the ghost of a touch. Tomorrow, then. Tomorrow. Good night, Morgan. Let's see. I think I got away cleanly. Mother should notice me taking from a storage if I supplement from the gardens. Should have guessed food would be heavier to carry, though. Hello again. Just you today, little blackbird. I suppose you know where I'm off to. Why haven't you flown on with the rest of your flock, though? What makes a bird decide somewhere is the place to remain? Careful where you're flying, little bird. You nearly made me drop my bag of tricks. You really are my escort, then? Maybe I should call you something nicer than little bird. Morgan, I know you there. I gave it away this time. It was different. She steps closer to me and takes my hands in hers with a swipe of her thumb over my knuckles. It's a standard human greeting, right? It was a scent today. I don't even know if it's yours alone, but I feel like every tree in the forest had suddenly gone into full bloom. All that lightness and lush was wrapping around me, upping the fade dramatics are you. I wasn't trying to. Never mind it for now. Your hair! What about it? The flowers. You didn't have to keep them there for me, you know? No, did it look wrong? I tried to enchant them so that they wouldn't wilt. Well, today I thought, with everything you said last night, I thought I would try to make myself more at home here. I spot a blanket to spread over the grass, the quilt from my bed. Even sitting at ease, here or last night, she looks regal. I don't think she could slouch her shoulders if she tried. About that, I had an idea. We always prepare so much food for the midsummer revel, nobody's going to miss a little amount of it. If you'd like to try it, that is. Let's see, fruits I picked from the gardens, honey milk, sweet cake, some birds simmered in that saffron sauce I like. I can't predict everything there will be, but staples seem a safe place to start. It's hesitating though, even over something basic as bread. It's a hand shaking. I'm sorry, it all looks delicious, don't misunderstand, but how could I have forgotten? She's likely spent her whole life being told any food of the folk will turn to ash in her mouth, if not worse. If I may. Like these berries, we eat them just before the sun begins to set. They wake you up. To the woods, that's what the revel really is. The one time of year when all the old magic can be felt. And so it's just one. It's small enough to come right off the vine and sweet without any sugar. I've been trying so hard to make her feel safe. What if she simply can't manage this though? Maybe if I'll pretend it's my first time as well. The next berry that I reach for, it's slower, less certain of where to pinch my fingers and sever fruit from stalk. It takes another moment, but Ilsa starts to mirror me. She mangles hers a bit, some pulp sticking to her fingers. When she eats it, she almost seems self-conscious, tucking her head down and eating in a hurry before the juices can drip further than her wrist. A few dark droplets make it to her skirt, but no matter, no going back now. Do you feel something? You're right, it's sweet. This is how y'all live? Constantly? If it's too much, we can stop. No, it's just... It's so much. Everything you said about the forest, I'm feeling it now. I taste it. What else is there? Try this then. The cake's lighten your feet for dancing. Here, I'll break it in half. Whatever you eat, I match you. That way it stays fair. How long do the effects last? They're meant to carry you through the festivities. Don't believe anyone who claims that you need to double up. I once saw a girl who couldn't set her feet on the ground for a week after eating too many of these. She eats this one so urgently too. Primhill doesn't... My sister wouldn't. Would she? I don't want to ask. Not in this moment, not when she's laughing. It's the berries, I know. She falls back into the quilt, her eyes shut in bliss. There's no force at all to her laughter. I don't want to help her up until she lets it all out. Why, Morgan, you gentle woman. I couldn't leave you to any grass stains. Morgan, would you like to dance? And before I know it, we're pulling each other around the grove, clasping hands and spinning until our vision loses direction. twirling beneath each other's arms, weaving, hopping steps towards each other like dewdrops on a spider's web. I feel carefree, maybe for the first time I can ever remember. Goodness, you weren't exaggerating. Absolutely parched. What's in a water skin at your belt? I'm not certain you want to try wine right now. Wine? I'll admit I've never been inebriated before, but that's not it. It's, well, our wine makes you honest. Honest. So if you both drink a truth for a truth, whatever either of us wishes to know. Alright, the first question that comes to mind, not regretting it, whatever the answer. There's not much more in here than for each of us to have a sip anyhow. I'd forgotten how heady it is. I also dance it quickly, although I don't think it's from practice. Oh, that's not quite what I expected. I think it's meant to taste better than water you drink. Go on then. Have you ever... Are you not afraid of me? It's a simple answer. Of course not. Of course not. The words don't come. For that to be the case, can't be afraid. Was it a fight with Dahlia? Yes, it has to be it. That just shook me. Not that either. Then what? I know I'm taking too long to say something again. Ilsa has to see it, the betrayal of magic. What if there's no version of the truth that I can give her? That's alright. I haven't been certain myself recently. Don't doubt yourself. Don't let anyone make you. You're not a monster for claiming whatever you can from the world, even if it's not what you might have expected. I didn't hear a question in that, Morgan. You tell me a story about the old times. Don't alter it for my sake. Tell me about my people exactly the way you've heard it. Okay. Once upon a time, the people of Wilderbrunn answered to gods, and the gods were hungry. Prayers were left to be ignored, a prize cow butchered on the doorstep, bowls of milk swelled pink with blood. Desperate families offered up their unwanted children, chaining them to the ground when they rejected their purpose. All agreed that to be changed was the kind of fate. If the gods returned them to you, whether they still breathed it was inconsequential. Children wept to walk their tattered feet across hard ground. Parents could no longer meet the eye of any within their family. Lovers would scream at the touch of your hand. Into such a genealogy was born Eike the Diligent. She lost her sister to a beguiling spring, only finding what bones of hers washed down the river from the hunting ground of the gods. Her father went to bed one night a man, and she found him the next morning as a mass of flesh still bound to his killing tree. And then one day, her lover returned to their home like a lost ghost. She swore that her people would bear no more. Eike's family came from low means, but her lover was a merchant who had travelled far and wide and had gifted her upon their engagement a dagger of foreign metal. Armed with all that remained of her love, Eike ventured into the woods and waited. Some say she brewed a solution to counter anything the gods bade her in jest. Some that she cut open her own veins and bled into the earth, knowing what thirst it would draw. Others that she simply stripped naked and waited to be found. Perhaps all three, perhaps something else entirely. When Eike woke in the morning, her mind remained her own, as much as her lover's dagger buried within the breast of the dead fae at her side. Eike returned to the hunting ground upon the next full moon. Her lover's blade once more fell true, and this time granted Eike a gift greater than vengeance, a vision of what she must do. She spread her tale from village to village, and with it the knowledge that gods could be brought low. And when she slew the Fey Lord who had stalked the boundaries of her family's home until it held only her, she carved a declaration of war from his chest and left him to be found. Sorry, 1 second. It sounded for a second there like the cat was throwing up behind me, but he's not. So that's good. Human settlements, once isolated and penned like cattle banded together, a capital of our own rose in the north. What became of Eike as the new balance was weighed as our tale's only mystery. She was left seen leading the charge against the Fae's own horned queen, the greatest and most terrible commander. A hero such as Eike would certainly have been proud to sacrifice herself for her people's triumph, And indeed, the end of that battle marked the drawing of the boundary pact that keeps the Fae at bay even now. Yet some claim that with her family avenged and the hunters humbled, I can return to anonymity. Claim she may very well have lived out the remainder of her days in a once impossible dream, free from terror. Do you see why I asked what I did? Centuries have turned wounds to scars, yes, but you still took so much from us. And we, I suppose, ended anyone's right to divinity. Hearing a story like this, I never wondered if the Faithbreaker had a name, and the Horned Queen could have only been Mother. She's always told me that humans don't comprehend time how we do. I wouldn't think that was all history from centuries ago, though, not hearing how Elsa spoke of it. So now you know. All that I ignore every time I do this. You. Suddenly everything I can think of to say sounds like it will just prove her right about the folk. That we didn't want a war of absolutes, that she has no way of knowing her versions of what really happened. What response won't lose her forever? I can think of one before she suddenly grabs for a plum still lying on the quilt, biting into it fiercely enough for the dark juice to spray across her lips. Why should it fall to the two of us to right every wrong? And before I can let myself think twice, I cradle her chin on my fingers, wiping the juice from her soft lips. What did you say this fruit does? I have no idea. We can find out. Instead of taking a bite from the plum, I flick my tongue to the droplets on my finger. Elsa watches me do it, and I feel a strange sense of obscenity. I hear my little bird circling above us once more. There's a buzz, almost like an itch, running up my spine, spreading along my shoulder blades. The space between me and Ilsa suddenly feels different. The earth beneath my hands isn't soft anymore. It itches up through my skin, suddenly rushing through my veins like an embrace. I'm frozen and I need to move. I feel stirrings along my muscles, but it's like my brain doesn't know what to do with them. And somehow I feel a certainty that Ilsa's experiencing the same. So how can I know? I can't look her in the eye. The light's changing. The light's changing. Grimhild won't believe I'm taking this much time. Grimhild? It's my day to hunt, but it doesn't take me all day. Something isn't right about this, but I already knew that. It's not the face of someone who wants to go home. And I still have what I was too cowardly to give her last night. Elsa, do you trust me? What? I have here a glamour spell. All you would need to do is wear it like a charm. And you meet me back here tomorrow before sundown. Tomorrow? Isn't that your ravel? Yes. She touches me then, just running a finger along the length of my ear, pushing my hair back. It's like I suddenly know every way I want to touch her in return. I want to cover her eyes every time she sees a part of me she ought to be afraid of. I think that I can sneak out. Freshen up the flowers though, for me. What happens if she's not there, Naira? She didn't seem certain yesterday. Did you follow her home? How did she seem?
Oh, we gave the bird a name! Yay!
What's worse, Naira? Having nobody to talk to but myself, or talking to a bird? Alright, keep playing with me in silence then. Elsa, are you here yet? I picked a fight with Grimhild so she think I'm sulking in my room. Even if she checks on me an hour from now, what can she do? That's not quite what I had in mind. Now, the glamour you showed me yesterday, how does it work? Is it just cosmetic? Before we do that, it's fine if you'd rather not, but I brought something you might want to wear just in case. Well. Yes, that's wise. I shouldn't crawl back through my window wearing clothes all dirty from dancing. Right, definitely. You can change behind a tree, I suppose. Right, just a moment then. Somehow I'm still terrified she'd be wise and take this chance to run. It's good to have one more moment without the sight of her shaping every thought of mine. Why is my cursor all the way over there? Right? Morgan, I appreciate the kindness, but I don't know about this dress. Oh, does it not fit? It does. I can hear and hail from yards away. She steps back into the grove with her fist bunched in her pale skirts, her head lowered as I see. The neckline is lower than even her nightgowns, and the sleeves shorter than any I've seen her wear. Lurid violet fades into rings of pink and putters across her collarbone and arms. It's not a revelation anymore, but I didn't see the full of it in that night in her cottage. She did say that she picked a fight with her sister. Glamour, right. To use it, do you mind if I touch you? She hesitates, one more way of reminding me that I only have an idea of what to do. And when she steps forward, I crush the charm between my fingers and bring it to my mouth. With the breath of my intent, I have to trust in my own will. I've only seen Mother make these charms, not how they're actually cast, but it's about seeing what you want to see. I want Ilsa to be unhurt. If she's only enchanted to look like one of the folk, will she still be wounded so easily? I start with her left shoulder. I'd feel less alarmed to have someone lay their hands there, wouldn't I? My hand hovers above it for a long moment. It would be easier if magic could be absorbed that way, through space and will, and no touch was necessary. I hold my breath when my fingers meet her skin, and she exhales as I hold us both in place. And I've watched Mother heal other folk in 100 different ways. The magic wants more than memory, you know. I can't fix Ilsa without feeling her, the alien bumps that rise along her skin, the sense shared between us that I can only describe as a cold heat. These are normal human sensations. I slowly slide my hand down the length of where the bruises cover her arm. I can't cut myself off from this tether, no matter how it tries to seize me. Careful, some of them are still sensitive. Clearly I'm doing something wrong, I just don't know what. How cruel will I seem though, offering her hope like the revel and then failing to give it to her? Maybe you can help me. Oh, how would I? It's just an idea, but no, I'm not imagining it. My magic works better when you're involved. I just need you to think about these bruises going away and about yourself as one of us. Let it slip that I'm not quite the all-powerful child of gods. What if her disappointment is less for the revel and just for me? She lays her hand over where mine still covers one of the larger bruises. Don't erase all of them if it's too much. Focus more on my face or whatever else the glamour is for. It's a bit strange touching her, but not exactly. Her hand is the one that guides mine up the angles of her face, delicately presses her eyes closed, binding pieces of her hair around my fingers and teasing points out of her ears. I see now what was wrong before. I was afraid to picture her physically in the way the spell needs. It's changing nothing deeper than her flesh, but I still have to shape the glamour around every freckle and mark. It's slightly paler where clothes usually cover it, but shaped differently in her than is in me. We move more quickly over her chest, and finish with a sweep down her right arm that leaves me huffing harder than I thought. Maybe the magic did take some small toll from Ilsa too, with a quickening of her own breath. I didn't let myself look at the picture in progress, more than making sure it was changing, but now... Ooh! A part of me sees what I know is Ilsa, but laid over the face I've come to know she's almost a fairer mirror. Ears the same length and sharpness as mine, and horns. My horns? Is that an endowment my magic gave her? How do you feel? She touches her hand to her chest, halfway to wincing, and flattens it across the smooth skin when pain never comes. Someone different? You are tonight, whoever you'd like to be. It's still true, this is all I can give her for now, but if she ever said it out loud... No, not even. Let Grimhild come hunting in the wood one day and see who greets her. Here, the berries. With every step closer to the lungs, I wait for fear. Ilsa's barely even following me though, matching my pace so determined that her fists are bunched back at her sides. She's not afraid. So why should I be, either of my own people? I know we're growing closer when my wreath begins appearing, nailed to every second of 33 we pass. I do stop to brush a finger over one's woven stalks and to feel it, a flood of response. I can finally take a bit of my magic with everyone else's. The heady crackle of it is already thickening on the air. It's all that outruns the music. Folk are not idle when it comes to our music. When our magic grows too overwhelming to be contained to a command, the rest blossoms into song. Song is something to be severed, the last suck of marrow from the bone. Simple strikes now, measured beats. They wave on the air with a promise that I wonder if Ilsa can hear. All together. This isn't my first revel, of course, but it's hers. A sense of different rush through me that I shall be able to watch her and she'll shine. I don't know why I made a shell out of that one. Our hands will stay locked together like this, and she'll come the closest she ever will to magic. Alright, thank you for preparing me. This would have been too much if you hadn't. You still feel like yourself? Of course not. That's what's beautiful. What's the point of formalities? I've seen every one of the folk around us each day for 18 years, and no revel greetings will change how I'm received by them any other day on earth. When you first step into the circle that's forming in a Lungsdale, I expect every head to turn our way. Who wouldn't wonder how they'd spend every day of eternity not noticing this radiant folk woman dressed in shades of the sunrise? Then I see her. Dahlia, literally glowing from the golden powder speckled over her skin, holds in a conversation with several of her mountain folk kin for just a moment. Her eyes narrow on me and Ilsa before she emptily laughs at a companion's story. We kept well out of each other's way since. I'm not sure what's more vivid in my memory, the words we said to each other or the failed seduction. It's not as if I'm planning on letting Ilsa out of my sight, but the woman there in the red dress, you don't want any business with her. More so than any other fae leading me astray into the woods. We have a history. I spent so much time on my lonesome in the wood, it's easy to forget what a proper gathering of the folk feels like. What could Ilsa even compare to? The largest of crowds she could possibly have been in still wouldn't have anyone with strips of fur down their spines, extra digits to their fingers and toes, cloven hooves and sharpened talons. The lungs was no small wooded hollow, but anywhere the rising moonlight came right through the trees. 5 folk. 5 folk are practically climbing on top of each other to feel the brightest. Food and wine are already taking their effects. Best not to let everyone else outpace us. Ilsa's sip is measured and dainty from my water skin back in the grove, but a sliver of Dahlia's attention knocked something in me ajar. She kissed me, she fell right back into the script of our old dalliances. I need to be a Morgan if Dahlia can't expect anything from tonight. I barely taste the wine. It goes down my throat so quickly. Mother will have to make an appearance sometime tonight, but it's still too early for her to be forced by duty from the cottage. The folk will lead us first proper dancer among the oldest of the old who we remain, and it's not one that wills me into too much more than tapping my foot against the grass. I promised Ilsa a night like no other, not this. There we go. Oh my god! There we go, this one's louder than the others. Hold on. Just a tad. Just a tad louder than the others. There we go. The next dance is for younger women, the beating percussion quickening and joining up with softly clamoring bells. Follow my lead, you'll learn it like a natural. Does sound a bit like something from home? I'm so sorry. It's like, oh, there's a different song coming. Yeah, for sure. Hello. Yes, it's a dance for young women, so as soon as Ilsa and I join the edge of the crowd, Dahlia does the same. Careful with this part, the rhythm changes suddenly in the chorus. Just lift your arms and... I think I'm starting to find it. Connect my hands to the arc. And then back down, yes. Even when the dance partners switch, I make sure to keep sight of her, but Ilsa's taken to this better than I could have ever expected. The dancers around her fall into her thrall, too charmed by her smile and light feet to think too hard about whether they've actually seen her face before. I knew it, of course, but seeing the picture from my mind take flesh so perfectly. She jumped them all within 3 choruses, first human to grace a folk revel in what might be centuries. The dancing, as with the music, also serves a purpose. The full moon makes this year's midsummer even more potent, and combined with the cakes and wine, magic is already starting to slow our folk like an oversized dressing gown. The music quickens again. A lyre? Lyre? Lyric? How do you actually pronounce that? Picking up from the bells. I'm not sure where the pull of bodies around me is coming from, whether we all move as one or if this is how the lungs got its nickname. And the wood is what's breathing, trying to gasp us back to our full power. Something tickles the soles of my feet when I bring them up and set them back down. Elsa catches my arm, and in a surge of selfishness, I pull her closer. Look at the ground. Did I do that? Watching the path of my feet instead of letting the dance carry them is harder than it seems. Ilsa and I stumble together, her shoulder colliding with my chest, while we both look down and then back at each other with equally silly grins. Small patches of flowers are blooming everywhere my feet land. Tomorrow, someone will be able to trace every dance between me and Ilsa, 2 girls lost in a revel weaving a memory that can only be ours. Soon after, song after song after song, Ilsa's breath starts to come heavier, heaving into every step, but she never shows a sign of wanting to stop. She leans into when the harmony of twin fiddles sits present through the night, and he's so naked that it spelled clear as any command of magic. And I wish that there was a way that a body could meld into a song, and its sound could be all the flesh and blood it needed. It's But, Morgan, it's not funny really, but it felt like a moment there I started to forget about you. Is it a song? I felt like I was all that existed in this entire forest. I saved this from yesterday. Do you want to try it again? Ah, okay. Let me turn it up again. I couldn't bring myself to finish off the plum Ilse bit into after her story. I had the sense maybe the timing just wasn't right. Do you think... I don't want to think right now. Do you feel differently? No, we're of exactly the same mind, you and I. The way she bites into the fruit is the same as before, more like watching a wolf tear meat from the bone. I try to match her as I watch her throw it swell, my teeth just overlapping the ridge of where hers pierced the plum's flesh. Sweet, then sour. Same effect takes hold faster than before, although I still can't describe what it is. It's like the haze of fog magic swirling around us, when the moonlight hits my face and makes me feel like the storm calling folk of old. Maybe this feeling is infinity, or wanting it. Dance with me, Morgan. We take hold of each other more fiercely than before, Ilse's fingertips digging into my wrists. I shift one hand to her waist, tethering us together as the dance pulses around us. The stinging sensation beneath my skin is stronger, like some baser creature is trying to tear out of the prison of my flesh. Maybe it's me. Ilse really is a quick study. The dance stomps, swerves, tries to blow you up from down. She holds our gazes together, what feels like a command not to falter. I know that look. What are you trying not to think about? What's right in front of me? Something heavier than understanding enters her eyes. As she presses our bodies closer, her hand cautiously brushes my neck. This isn't the night, or the girl, for caution. I want to drink her, open her up, try and know the taste of her secrets. I want every one of the folk in the world to have no illusion of what we are. If she sees all this in me and isn't afraid. I push a strand of hair back and adjust that soft brush of fingertip against the shell of her ear. She makes a little gasp of a sound and leans upwards. When our lips first meet, it feels like its own test, having to guarantee some invisible veil won't fall between us, and stop human folk from longing this openly. Veil, sorry. We pull back from the sheer shock of it, I think. Then she gasps again, her breath hot against my lips. Dahlia didn't make fun of how we would kiss, but she always wanted me softer. I tried to take control too quickly, went right from introduction to needing as much of her as I could bear. So I tried to hold back to be, what did Ilse call me? That gave me a little thrill. Gentlewoman. She gives way against me though, no more pretense of keeping any space between us. I lick the last of the plum's juice from her lips and kiss her how I've been famished to. Something happens when a hand cradles the nape of my neck, fingers teasing the ridge of my spine, and all the world stops except for the music's beating drums. All the shivering sparks I feel from the fruit and the dancing, they collide in my chest, exploding through me. There's something moving beneath the muscles of my back. My body feels so limited, even as I use all of it to grab hold of Ilse. She feel it too, whatever this magic created as it squirms under my skin. She want that too. As I think it, she runs her hand right over the pulse of it, the center of my back right between the blades of my shoulders. I faintly hear a sound like ripping fabric, but wetter. A push of something demanding to grow forth, and then feeling. A bit of pain, yes, but all at once something of me is taking up more space. There's a sensation almost like tickling across my chest as well, and I look down as Ilse gasps and pulls her hand back from it. Feathers. Morgan, you... Look, over your shoulder. She's not the only one noticing. Whatever's happened to me. And look. Wings. Half folded behind me, a pair of shining black wings nearly the same height as me. They pull slightly at my back, shifting my posture. New sensation, muscles, nerve endings, all suddenly grafted onto my former awareness of my body. I think, flap. They unfold faster than I realize, and the folk nearest me have to stumble out of the way. More stopping in the dance as they notice me. The music keeps going, an odd dissonance. I flex my shoulders back, let the movement carry into the wings, and sure enough, they answer to me. Ilse, This is you? One of the Fae? She's right. This is my endowment. The reflection of my magic that manifests for every matured folk. Matured. And just like before, I have Ilse to thank for it finally coming forth. Thank you, Ilse, thank you. I can't help it. I kiss her again. More of the folk resume their festivities, giving us a bit more space. I feel a shift though. Regard is something that changes the air, and that air has never been so light. In every sense, this is where I belong. Morgan? Mother. I hadn't even thought about... Well, I've had more reason than usual recently to avoid Mother. Speaking of which... Ilse's already made herself scarce, and why wouldn't she? This is the horned queen of her childhood nightmares. And she just heard me call her Mother. You've come into your own, I see. Yes, it hasn't been for long, but... You ought to have told me that you'd accessed your magic. I was going to help you when you did. She actually looks upset. Is it that black or white in her mind, holding her daughter at arm's length for years over something I couldn't even control, and now everything is just supposed to be... fine? And now everyone around us is stopping with Mother's arrival. She's supposed to sing the most important of the enchantments, say some words about maintaining the peace, but is my part a dutiful apprentice now? Funny, just a handful of weeks ago I would have longed for that. I've managed on my own so far. Yes, I can see that. Even so, our power requires a firm hand, someone who understands. What? Sounds like... Oh no. I'm not really thinking as I spread my new wings again, but alarm turns a running start towards that sound into me lifting off the ground. It's far from graceful, but it carries me above the panic that starts. I'm the first one to make it to her, and I see... Ilse, standing upright with wide eyes. It's blood. The bodice of her dress is drenched in it, and I can hear her frantically her heart is pumping, but there's no sound coming from her. What's she holding in her hand? Morgan, Wait. She flees back into the wood before I can reach for her. When I move to follow her, my foot knocks into... Oh no. Dahlia? She's not screaming anymore, but even lying curled up on the ground, I see how much blood she's covered in. Her hands are clamped over her face, and what little sound she's making now can barely even be called whimpers. Something other than blood on what I can see of her face. It looks paler, thicker. Morgan, what is it? Move aside. Mother, I know her. Let me help. Something sticking out from between Dahlia's fingers. It looks like... Morgan, do you have any empty collecting vials in your bag right now? What? Vials? I think so. I need 2 of them. Don't you stand there. If you want to help her, it needs to be now. Whoever put her eye out did so with an old human weapon. Daggers like these were only forged for the purpose of killing folk. Oh no. Her eye? If she left the dagger behind, was that what Ilse was? There has to be a misunderstanding somehow. Maybe Dahlia just got jealous and Ilse overreacted, or... Just stand there in times like this if you want your magic to be of any use. The vials. Now. Yes, Mother. Watch carefully. I hope that you never have to use this sort of spell yourself. Mother, how many times has she done this before to stay so calm? She crushes some sort of flower from the glimpse I see of red and white. I think it's anemone petals. Then she slices open the pad of her thumb on the tip of her horn and bleeds it into the 2 small vials that clatter together in my shaking hands as I offer them to her. But when she takes out a smaller knife of her own and brings it to Dahlia's arm... Don't hurt her any further. I'm not. This is our only chance at sparing her life. Is Dahlia even still breathing? A little bit, but Mother's right, she doesn't have much longer. She does the same thing with Dahlia's blood into the vials. Before sealing either of them, she... Don't look so horrified. Blood magic is unpleasant by design. And with that, she swallows a sip of what precious little blood Dahlia has left. When she drips a second vial of the combined blood into Dahlia's mouth, I can stomach it. As I told you, Morgan, pray that you never have to wield more than flowers. This is wartime magic. The slumber that it puts her into isn't meant for longer than a few days, but it will suspend her in this state long enough for me to properly heal her without worsening the damage. Only I can wake up by drinking the rest of the blood, or someone else could make her do the same if I somehow waylaid my vial. Did you see who attacked her? A human shouldn't have made it this deep into the wood on their own, but I'm loath to suspect their kinsfolk. No, they were already running off by the time I got here. I have to. There's some explanation for this I just haven't figured out yet. The Ilsa I know, she wouldn't do this. Her hand was forced somehow, I know it. But I look in her eyes, and why would she have a dagger that's only purpose is? In all the times we've met, she's never hurt me. There has to be something I'm not understanding, or... Is Ilsa planning this all along? I should not have done this, Naira. There's not a single reason I should be waiting at this edge of the wood, hoping Mother believes that I'm just gathering what plants we'll need to try and save Dahlia's. Gathering plants, the same excuse I used every time I snuck out to visit Ilse, helpless in... what? Loneliness? Love? It feels like I shouldn't even be thinking that right now, but... when I told myself that I wanted her secrets, this wasn't one I would have expected. What's even my plan here, Naira? Corner her when she comes outside again? Break in and demand... Dahlia's eye. I can't get what was left of it, not even... whoever pictures that being all that makes up an eye. Mother made me clean her face before I slipped off. Breathe. Damn it, breathe. My answer's the same as it was an hour ago, Ilse. We're not leaving. Aren't you always telling me how my child? How else should I describe the way you're acting, Grimhild? Do you think this was easy for me? What sort of sister does what you've done? Lying to our own family, taking the rightful chances. It seems that was all easy enough for you. It's not as if you had made your move in 6 months. I found a Fae and claimed the trophy in just a few weeks, so maybe I deserve the throne. Did you see it that way? The throne? Surely with nothing more than your girlish wiles and sheer luck, and not any of the notes and research you spent years spying on over my shoulder. No, it wasn't like that. Elsa, what exactly did you do? What was all the combat training you were giving me for if I wasn't meant to use it? Any young woman, let alone a princess, should be able to defend herself, especially when the youngest role is to be married off to some stranger for the sake of an alliance. The test our father gave you was to kill a Fae and bring back proof, so I don't see why you're so upset that I managed it first when you're the one who insisted on bringing me along. You really think being 2 years older automatically means you deserve to be queen more? I deserve it because I've spent half of your life being mother. And it only makes all those years fair if I can finally have the other title. I'm sorry for destroying your life that much, and I suppose you just think of this as one more way. Sound cuts her off, one I don't want to admit that I've imagined. Short, sharp, the precise strike of a hand shot out before the person making the strike even realizes what they're doing. You've been wanting to do that for a long time, haven't you? Ilse, I'm sorry. Footsteps rushed towards me, and I realized I'd moved like I was going to throw the front door open. It's the same camouflage spell that I use when Ilse flings it open instead, trailing one hand to her reddened cheek and looking as devastated as I felt since last night. She sinks to her knees right there in the grass and gives a closed-mouthed wail that makes every bit of magic within me sing to comfort her. She's devastated about... what? Lying to me, or her sister? I look at her like this, still the human girl I held in my arms and kissed hard enough to transform into something new. And someone who I realize I don't know at all. Yeah, Morgan, are you here? I want to go to her. I can't. Dahlia, can I talk to you? Look at you. I never thought that I'd be better off than you. You here, stuck on that spell Mother cast on you. And would you know, it's terrible for me too. I don't know what happened that ended with you like this. You're asleep, you shouldn't look like that. I do know. I wasn't looking out enough and now you're like this, and Ilse... You couldn't leave well enough alone, could you? You never could. Was it seeing her or me? She's no different from how I was back then, really. I was surprised when you stayed my friend even after you fully changed. That was what really bonded us, wasn't it? The first time that we kissed, it was more than what I thought one of the folk would do. It was your first time too, wasn't it? You were so confident, I just missed every signal, overlooked every little touch until you had to grab my face at night up in the pine tree and kiss me. Oh, no, I don't think that's true. I let you think that I was so naive. When I realized maybe we could be something more, I liked your attention. I felt how your eyes followed me everywhere we went. I knew it made you feel so hopeless when I ignored your hand brushing mine when I laughed off your flirting. I never had that before, someone who wanted me. I'd never been a person who could decide how much to give someone. I wanted you too, I really did, but folk have always loved you. First changing in decades, and you changed so well. You know how it feels to realize you have power for the first time in your life and over someone who's everything you're supposed to be. Oh, stupid, I know. Saying it out loud, I feel. Oh, I do know what I was thinking. I couldn't even explain myself to you without you having to be half dead in front of me first. I'm being a real coward now, Dahlia. This is what that actually sounds like from me. But when I did decide to love and be loved, I didn't realize how badly it hurt myself denying you like that. You wanted me so much by that point, I fell completely into you. I would go for walks in the wood at any time of day or night, and just suddenly think there's someone in this world who loves me. I had to always be by your side so I could remember that. It's no wonder you stopped liking what you saw once I reached that point. I thought after you ended things, so that's love. I was fine with learning that from you. I didn't trust myself not to do the same things all over again if another girl somehow looked my way. Was that what really bothered you about Ilse? Because with her, I'm more confused. Of course I thought she was beautiful. I can't say there weren't signs. I did do it all again, didn't I? I've guessed. Sorry about your eye. I don't know what that was. I saw her with a dagger before and I didn't know. She never tried to hurt me. That I know of. I can bear it, Dahlia. If there's no way that I can have love without someone getting hurt, it means all the folk have always been right about me. I'm just wrong. But you deserve to know. I met a human girl on the boundary in the woods. Maybe you were right, and some part of me was beguiling her along. I found my magic and used it to sneak her into our most sacred festival, and within minutes of me realizing that maybe I love her, she tried to kill you with the weapon of our worst enemies. Which makes this my fault, really. You wouldn't be sleeping halfway towards death if I hadn't started wanting. Is that so? Mother. I'm not a fool, Morgan. I knew about the human girl. I smelled on you that day you first met her. I just didn't think you'd be rash enough to bring her all the way into our fold. Mother, I can explain. Can you? I believe that I just heard the most honest version. You may have those wings in your back now, Morgan, but no, I knew you were still a child. I could only warn you in words so much. I thought let it all happen again, and she learned as I did. Though I admit this was a higher cost than I hoped to pay. As you did. Wah! There's one more story for you to hear, and hear it you will. Do you know what it really takes to bring down a god? A god must open their arms to weakness, hunger, some call it, as if it's so simple a craving. When it happened to me, I called it love. Ike was curious, not like the humans that had been described to me, or any who I danced with at a revel. We worried on for nearly a year. Carried on for nearly a year, long enough for me to believe that I knew her. She never told me of her lost family and loved ones. I didn't guess at all to her vengefulness until I woke by her side one evening to her trying to sell my horn for my hand. Some human superstition, I believe, that if you steal something from a folk's body, it will grant you their power. I was more than humiliated, if the folk were ever to learn of the role that they played in our downfall. In a sense, I did give Ike power. She forged the first of those accursed daggers from that stolen fragment of my horn. Certainly I would exile from these lands any of our kind whose betrayal was so complete. So yes, I know what it is to love a human. All the muck and mire that's darkening your heart right now, it always ends this way. I had planned to step in and deal with her myself when she inevitably turned on you, but... Stop talking. I understand. It's not the picture I've ever presented of myself to you before. You think that's... You absolute hypocrite. What could that possibly be for you to teach me? There's nothing I want to learn from someone who sets her child up to be sacrificed just to teach them a lesson. I cannot deny that a fair description of my actions. However, that's fair. That's all you have to say. What about I could have done anything differently? If you're truly all about history repeating itself, then you know. I think that Dahlia was nearly killed because of the same empty belief that your Ike had. Something that could have been cleared up long ago if you hadn't insisted on keeping the folk isolated. She's done far more wrong than I have. She's right. She doesn't deserve to call any of this realm home. But I'm the one who can't get far enough away from her. I don't care where I go. There's nothing left for me at all in the wood. Maybe I'll fly west to the mountains, or see for myself how far the ocean stretches. See if I keep making the same mistakes somewhere there's no folk at all. Naira, where have you? What's that you're holding in your talons? Flowers. But that doesn't look like a bouquet. Oh. They're far from a full bloom. How long ago did Ilse and I make this crown? What was she planning even then? She's the only one who could have sent this back to me. It has to mean something. Something is tucked between two of the strands. A note. Hi! This is lesbian. How are you? Morgan, please let me explain. Meet me in the grove this evening. No weapons, no magic. I meant as much of what I said to you as I thought that I could. If you can believe that, please come. Mother was betrayed and chose war, isolation. I'm not her. I won't be. I've still got some of Ilse's flowers in my hair. Naira, fly these back to her, please. I'm coming for you one more time, Ilse. Please. Please have a reason that gives us all a purpose. You like the look of this art?
Yes! Yes! You could, if you like the look of this art, you could absolutely play this game yourself. It is free.
But the artist for this game is Takuma, who's also working
Free video games, yeah!
Everything we did yesterday and everything we're doing today is free to play right now. I did pin it. Yeah, I did pin it. I'm here, Ilse. If you're too, please to show yourself. Ilse. Oh, Morgan. Ilse, where are you? Morgan, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't see her at first. She's standing halfway in the trees and hanging her head down. She asked me to come, but can she not even stand aside of me? Except it looks like there's something in her hands. Something dark. Grimhild made me do it. I only thought it right to bring her back to you. Her hands cradle Naira's limp body, and when I move closer, I can see that my friend's head is snapped at an unnatural angle. Ah! Some phantom sensation prickles down my spine, through my wings. I used them to partially fly here, but they're still so new. Why didn't I realize how similar they look to Naira's? Grimhild made her do it, she says. Can I believe that any more than... Give her back to me. Go on then, explain whatever you want. You didn't make the greatest entrance. Alright, well, there's no easy way to say it. Grimhild and I aren't any two ordinary humans. Our father is the king. So I've been swooning over royalty this entire time. Overheard Grimhild call her a princess, but... He's obsessed with the Fae and your magic. When I was born, he even meant to offer me up as a changeling, but my mother died giving birth to me. She made him swear that he would raise me and Grimhild as ordinary sisters. I don't know when exactly he started to plan it. Several months ago, he told Grimhild that if she wanted to succeed him on the throne, he'd come up with a task for her. She needed to venture into this forest, the last domain of the once mighty Fae, and bring him back proof that she had met and bested one of you. I don't know why she wanted for me to come along. Our relationship was better when we were younger, till around when I was 9 or 10, and then something changed about her. Maybe I seemed less of a child by then. She's always treated me like a sister, but she kept me at arm's length for years by that point. I said that I would go with her, in part because I missed her company, but also because, well, Kingdom only has so many uses for a spare heir. I'm 18, and I hold no illusions about my father's plans for me. My mother was a countess from a land north of here, and I can serve as just much a return on some other alliance. I don't want that. I want... love. When we arrived at the cottage, Kriemhild took after her father quite well. She pored over centuries of journals and accounts of the Fae, said she needed to plan a course of action down to the last detail. Except 1 month turned into 2, then 3. I almost got the sense that she was stalling. Even though one thing I've never known her to have is nerves. And then I had a thought. Father issued the task to Kriemhild, but could I alter my fate if I somehow... What about your bruises? You don't have to defend Kriemhild anymore just because she's your sister. All of them from her training me to fight. She's a harsh teacher, pragmatic to a fault, but not cruel. Betraying her would have been much easier if she were cruel. Yet you still did. You don't understand. You're going to live forever. You have magic. You literally have wings. Me, I play research assistant in the forest for a few months, watch my sister hesitate at the thought of ruling an entire realm, and then have a lifetime to look forward to of being married off to some strange duke or princess. Acting before Kriemhild could is the closest chance I've ever had in my life to saying no to that. What was I then? How long were you batting your eyes at me while planning how you would slit my throat? Do you ever consider I could have helped you? How, Morgan? Please tell me how. I'm too old now to be a changeling. Would your plan have been to keep casting that gleam on me every single night and hope nobody ever realized I was a strange phase? Or wondered why I didn't use any magic of my own? Face it, Morgan, there's no world for feelings like ours. And you don't know what cruelness you showed me, making me hope there might be one. So that's it. We shared a few kisses, went against every rule and instinct that's been pounded into our manners, and now we just leave it all here? Take it from someone who ruined her own first love, Ilse. If any of this was real for you, you're going to spend the rest of your life remembering this grove, and these words we're saying now. Every time you do, you're going to be the Ilse that you are now, all over again, screaming at her from the other side of whatever choice you think you're making to choose something else. Elle told me something else too, after he thought over what I'd done. She said there's a way that I can make it right for both of us. Both of us? What can that possibly mean? Girl! What?
You finally get eyes and you immediately shoot me? Fuck you!
I don't see whatever shoots out of the growth until the intrusion of something in my body that shouldn't be. A tug on my shoulder, except more like it's connected to my shoulder, and it's only when I try to flex my wings that pain erupts. All that talk about how much I hesitate, but it matters once the crossbow is in your hands. That's enough talking things out, Ilse. I have to go, and don't go back for me for any more time. Whatever she shot through my wing and pinned to the tree Ilse got me in front of. It's not pain like I've ever felt before. The wing almost feels disconnected from the rest of me, until I try to pull free again, and every bit of skin and muscle and bone that's been pierced through howls trying to heal itself around the object and fading. And I squirm and then spasm more when it widens the entry wound. Wet warmth trickles down my wing, clumping through the feathers in its path. I try to lay my hand on the tree trunk and breathe, but no, it's like before when I was completely powerless. Pain is supposed to be a felt sense, but this thing that's torn through my skin and split apart muscle is stealing my hearing, my sight. It's through a haze of screaming nerve endings that I see Kriemhild press a familiar dagger into Ilse's hand. Take all the time you need. The crossbow bolt's made of the same stuff as this dagger. Go on, Ilse, just like we decided. 2 trophies for that dear old father of ours, and then we share the throne. Kriemhild, I just think I already took my trophy. Shouldn't you be the one to? Even after our heart-to-heart, you don't understand the lesson here, Ilse. I try and thrash again as she takes the hand of Ilse's that's holding the dagger and jerks it up to the level of my throat. Pain is only getting worse, the rest of my body responding to a delayed call of alarm now. There's a sense that one of us knows very well, and one of us has been sheltered enough to never know. It's your turn to look someone you love in the eyes and decide to lose a bit of yourself over them. I don't want to do this again, Kriemhild, no! Okay, I'm sorry, so sorry. But then, since Ilse described heralding me all those times we met, I feel it this time. Within an instant, a sound builds through the wood, rising like a clamor of out-of-tune birdsong into a roar. The tree I'm pinned to rattles, and my body with it, another wave of pain tearing through my wing. I feel the eyes of the oldest trees aligning me in their sights, and I am nothing. It's all the announcing that Mother gives herself. The wood exhales in a great gasp, and with a stride towards us, and a swipe of the claws lengthening from her hands. Ooh. Ilse! No! She's already falling as she tries to bring her hand to the gouges mother carved into her neck. I move to try and catch her. The joint that connects my wing to my body screams, and this time I hear some internal part of me squelch against the crossbow bolt pierced through it. I jerk against it again though, trying to stretch my hand to Ilse. If I'm free of this bolt, I can use my magic again. I can save her. Devastation, it turns out, feels a lot like a wing being ripped from my back. The keening in my ears, the sound of it almost like ripping flesh, every determined pull to peel flesh from flesh and tendon from meat. It doesn't come off all the way. The mangled weight of it stumps from me, pulling me down sideways as I fall towards Ilse. Again. Jesus Christ. You killed my sister, Ilse. Ilse! All the hundreds of humans you've killed, and you had to have my sister! If Mother weren't right in front of me, I don't think I would see it for the pain. First bolt takes in a thigh, but even that doesn't stop her. She lunges for Kriemhild like she did at Ilse, and the second bolt tears through her chest. Something twinges in my breast, maybe sympathy. How many shots do you have in that gun? She's finally feeling the same hurt as me. Her hands even go to try and pull it out. She slowly sinks to her knees. I soon tell the cushioned thud of her legs hitting the ground that a dark shape which can only be Kriemhild moves closer to her. Hey, Ilse. Mother's gasping something out even now, although I think it's to Kriemhild. Coming all the way here to save her hopeless daughter, and then only having words for a would-be murderer. I guess she and Kriemhild speak violence better than me, though. At least we're going to die in this grove, right? I won't ever have to wonder what happened to the other. It's us in this place, right until the end. Luckily, I don't feel it when Mother dies. Or maybe she hasn't yet when the sawing noise starts. I keep my face pressed to the sweet-smelling red and white flowers it's fallen against, until I hear the crack of her horn breaking loose. Until I hear Kriemhild exhale, and then make a sound that's barely anything at all. Something that withers and dies halfway out of her throat, and then her footsteps turning and running away. Eating myself through, the flowers separating us, I make it to where Ilse fell. Blood is still spurting from her neck. She's as drenched in it already as Dahlia was. She tries to say something to me, but it's alright, I know. And I think I mean that I'm content with this. Let whatever's left of the folk find their leader and her daughter dead at the edge of the wood, with the human girl lying between them. Let whatever history comes from it gets to this moment, however it will. I shift onto my side to press Ilse's body to mine before I close my eyes and... With the all-consuming pain from my crippled wing, a small push at my hip glides through. That's right, I have all my gathering supplies with me. Same supplies I had on me at the revel. And those flowers that I just dragged myself through, whose petals scraped off all over me. Red and white. It's like they bloomed as soon as I was free of the crossbow bolt, where my magic was unblocked and my hands cushioned my fall. Hold on just a little longer, Ilse. I roll onto my back, nearly screaming when the half-stump of my wing folds even more unnaturally over itself. The scream might draw Kriemhild back to finish the job she thinks is already done. My hand rummages through all of the pouches and pockets at my hip, long enough for me to think maybe I just made a prayer out of some stray pebble when I feel the tempered glass of my vials. What did Mother do next as she hovered over Dahlia? I brush as many anemone petals from my clothes into my other hand as I can, mashing them between my blood-soaked fingers. Half the pulpy powder creates into one vial, half into the other. At least there's no shortage of blood. And yet, some repulsion still stops me when I know what has to come next, and I take the vial from the weakening trickle from Ilse's neck and try to bring it to my mouth. Mother was right about this magic. I barely know what I'm doing, and it feels uglier than anything else I've worked. Ilse and Kriemhild's sobs playing amplified in my head while I picture the pale orange of her throat opening beneath Mother's claws over and over again. I press a kiss to her wound first, then turn her head enough to kiss her properly. I think she tries to help me. There, now history's made puppets of us both. And I choke her blood down as I feel her heartbeat start to fade. Feels like a block of ice melting in my core, the insistent... Oh, the cat, he's dreaming. He's making a bunch of noises because he's dreaming. It feels like a block of ice melting in my core, the insistent agony of my wing reaching a new level of fever pitch, only dwarfed by the growing cold that is Ilse's still remaining life flashing through me. I writhe in the ruins of our garden, my back arcing as I try to find any way of easing the pain. This time, someone fails to not cry out, though I'm beyond telling whether it's me or Ilse making one last grasp towards life. Either way, when I bring my blood to her lips, she knows what to do. The connection between us snaps tight. I'm responsible for it. I have to be. And I try to breathe for both of us. To guide her suddenly violently shuddering body to somewhere a little less close to death. Her breathing picks back up, a moment of her lungs working double time. Her eyes flutter shut and her head lolls against the grass with a laughing gentleness. I've done it, and I can feel it like I've opened up her chest and put my beating heart right beside hers. She's only asleep. If I was asked, how would I even tell our story? Once upon a time, No, that just feels wrong. I've tried not to think too long on it for a long time. Well, Ilse, perhaps I should start with right after. It's never felt right, hiding you away in the bedroom I never use. It was the only place that I could in those first days, where none of the folk would dare to go looking for answers. Or vengeance. Will it ever stop being so strange, thinking of myself as the last of the folk, even if it was a choice of mine to wear that mantle? The rest of us departed for parts unknown to me, at least. I asked Dahlia not to tell me where, so that I wouldn't be tempted to follow. I think because we owed each other a debt, she didn't question my reasonings. I thought about it that someone stayed behind anyhow. Too much old magic sunk into the trees, and when it gets its hands on new humans, all sorts of odd things can happen with a custodian for it. Those refugees who came from the south last month might be putting down roots here. It's a whole standing village after all. I can say it won't be strange, watching their lungs breathe again. There's a child among them, a year or two younger than when we met, I would say. She seeks me out. I can't say I don't appreciate her company. I think she's trying to put in good words for me with the rest of her people. The optimism of youth. I'd forgotten how it felt. Do you even hear me at all when I go on and on to you like this? I remember something Dahlia told me about while she was under the sleeping spell. That she wasn't quite there in the way that you feel time when you're awake. But anyone who talked around or to her were the intervals of dreams. And yes, there is some significance to the day-to-day. 56 years since a sister of yours took the human throne in the north. I don't know if maybe Mother's Horn did hold some magic that extended her lifespan this long, or if she's just that lucky. Or unlucky, perhaps. I felt every one of the years since that night in Grove. I have to wonder how she does, whatever Mother's final curse to her was. I'm sorry for a lot of things about this Ilse. Another year when I thought I'd have woken you up by now. But for as long as Grimhild is alive and on the throne, she has to think that we both died with Mother. If she ever heard word that I remained, or that you were at my side, besides, that child, have you ever heard what she calls me? Guardian. And what kind of guardian would let her charges be trampled on by some princess retrieval squadron, off-sent by the infamous Queen Grimhild? And I'm sorry that I haven't touched you in all these years. It's not how I want to think of you, holding your limp hand or leaning over lips that barely even pass breath between them. It's knowing that I've always been here, standing watch, enough. One day, Ilse, soon, I can feel it. And the world that the cruelty of my careless love made you hope for has finally taken shape. And the last reminder of the boundaries dividing folk and humanity is no more than a faint memory, and all that we are is Morgan and Ilse. I couldn't stand to hurt you anymore by bringing you back before then. I once thought, like older folk, that we don't dream how humans do, but that's what I picture every time my mind wanders, or just when I close my eyes like now. I don't desire for anything more than to laugh with you in a field of flowers again, and sing nothing but songs of love that don't end in despair. I'm sorry, Ilse, but can you sleep for just a few more days? Can you sleep and dream of all my love? On wings bringing sleep.
Yeah! Oh my god!
Oh. Thank you for reading this tragic tale. We hope to one day return to Morgan and Ilse and to tell you more of the story. But until then, sleep well.
Whoa! Crazy! Oh my god! Yeah, okay, definitely, thank you for the idea time. Oh my god. Let me move back over here. Wow. That is some tragic Yuri. She's just asleep. She's just asleep. I need a drink real quick, sorry. Alright. I am glad. Doom Curie for sure, yeah. I am glad I played this one today. That would have, I think this would have given me whiplash if I had played this one right after Yuri panel. Ah, okay. Yeah. I think they would have given me whiplash. No. All right. No blood of violence and rain. Okay. Well, I'm gonna have to think about this. I know I said the same thing yesterday, but I'm gonna have to think about this a little longer, I think. My god. Oh. That did not work the way I wanted it to do. Hold on. Yep. And yep. There we go. Okay, no blood of violence. Well. Oh, let's see about that then. I think I definitely have to go a little overtime today though. Oh my god. Doomed lesbians. Jesus. I like this cursor. He's a wing. A smidge? A smidge of blood and violence? Ooh, okay. I put the two shortest ones and two longest ones together. A smidge of overtime. Oh yeah, that's fine. It's okay. Great. Oh well. I am most likely going to be covering text and this one again, but it is what it is. I can't help it. Far from the hustle and bustle of the capital of Alchemica lies a small coastal village by the name of Vitae? I'm gonna say Vitae. In the mornings, those who live near Earthwood residences are woken by the sound of fresh bread being baked and cloth being spun, magic imbued within every creation. Throughout the day, Seaborn worked tirelessly, the hammering of nails and sawing of wood being telltale signs of their presence. Though few in number, you can seemingly find one just about anywhere you go. As the sun sinks low, the spark bounds make themselves known, the quiet humming of the devices serving as a familiar ambience as well as a promise that tomorrow will awaken to some new manner of convenience or innovation. Though whether it'll last till the following sunset is always an uncertainty. It's a certainty that I am going to accidentally skip boxes again though. However, on the far eastern outskirts of the village, there lies a place that seldom makes a sound. A gargantuan tree climbing so high into the heavens that the clouds hide its canopy from view. That is a big tree. And at its base, Morton Post, a modest little post office, the Yale kind called a home. Yeah, it's fine, since I'm reading it, but I hate when I'm covering, like, big things Morton Post, the village of Bitter. Oh, okay.
The chime of a small bell tied to the entrance rings out through the empty building, just as it had done for the past 20 days, just as I have lost my ability to read.
Oh, hello.
And just as I had done the past 20 days, 2 sets of footsteps follow soon after, belonging to a young seaborn girl and the botanist who, until moments ago, was standing to the tree's exterior.
Thank you for the braids.
The scent of wood is overpowering to most on a first visit, though the girl still seems to struggle with it even after several weeks of daily check-ins. The office being situated in a tree's interior makes it inescapable. No windows they can open, and a feeble attempt to mitigate it. Rain, you're on shift today, we got a visitor. Oh. Though the back door is concealed much, they can't disguise the fluttering and tumbling as a flighty little courier clumsily barrels forth, eventually opening the door with a slam.
Hi, hello, I'm here. You are adorable.
Good morning, I was half worried you'd still be in bed.
No, wide awake, just like every other day.
Of course. And you simply didn't hear the bell ring since you were too engrossed in your morning duties, I trust.
Well, you know, curious work is never done. I am covered. Look at that face, and I'm covering it. It's too date and bad with braids. Continue on. Hell yeah!
Hold on. Let me.
Look at that adorable face. See this? See?
Uh-oh. All too true. Oh! Ooh, I am afraid. If Mizore ever opens their eyes, I think I'm done for.
I fell for it again. Mizore is so easy to trick. Yeah.
Anyway, I'll leave the both of you to it. There's still some branches that need trimming out front, and I like that sorted before the day's delivery. Leaving Rain with a wave, Mizore makes her leave, the chime of the bell above the door marking the end of the conversation and the start of Rain's current task. She finally turns to Mortem's post guest, her smile instinctively dropping as she does so. Instinctively.
Oh, you're ultra adorable.
It's her again. I've only had front desk duty a few times the past little while, but it's always gone the same way. Her name is Mina. She's expecting a letter. I say what the protocol tells me to say and tell her that no, it has not arrived yet, and no, I can't double check. She leaves the post office looking super sad, which makes me feel sad too. The little courier shakes the thoughts from her mind, a stray feather or two coming loose and floating away in the process. Once the ruffling stops, a small smile returns to her face.
It's okay, just stick to the script, Rain. Word for word. Kyle?
I'll get mad if you don't. I'm so sorry for butchering any name pronunciations, by the way, like, genuinely.
Hello, welcome to Morton Post. What's your business with us today, miss? I think a letter from my friend should have arrived by now. It hasn't been delivered yet, though.
I see. Can I get your name?
It's Mina?
Rain dips 2 of her wing feathers in ink and scribbles down the date and Mila's name on the list they keep behind the desk. She wonders how helpful this rule can be as she wipes the remaining ink off with a nearby towel when the entire page is filled with nothing but Mila's name.
Hail! Kale! Okay.
Hail! Okay, I've got your name written down. And I accidentally tapped out. Don't mind me.
We'll look into it as soon as we're able, but unfortunately if it hasn't arrived at this time, there's a chance we haven't gotten it in yet. Are you sure? You can't check in the back just in case? It's been a long time.
This part is always the hardest.
I can't. Sorry, miss.
Yeah, I know. I shouldn't have. The girl goes off script, turning away to hide the tears starting to well in her eyes before she says her goodbye. I'm sorry for bothering you. I won't come back tomorrow. I promise.
You pay some money for the game. Like, oh, let's go. Is she crying? I know she's always been sad about it, but this feels way worse. Something in Rain felt heavy, as if she had somehow swallowed a paperweight, tying up and twisting her insides before settling heavy in her heart. Watching Mila drag her feet towards the door, a single thought enters Rain's mind, spurring her to jump over the desk and speak up before the bell had its chance. Kale never learns that I broke a rule. That's basically the same as not breaking a rule at all. Yeah, sure, let's go with that. Wait. Oh my god! Mila, you know what Mila reminds me of? In this specific sprite? One of those little hamsters. Like one of those little, when you pick them, like when you grab them by the back of the neck, like, she's a chica. Oh yeah, I love going from doomed Yori and people dying to, oh my god, this is a Chikawa. Mila jumps so high it would put any self-respecting courier's flight to shame. Thankfully, however, she stays in place once grounded again. Rain leans in, bringing her voice down to a whisper. I'm gonna ask something, but can you never, ever tell anyone I said anything, okay? You can never ever tell anyone I said anything, okay? Okay? The rules say I can't go back and check for you, but what if you went back and checked for you? Then we'd be fine. That's literally even worse, but sure. Aren't there any rules about letting me back there? We wouldn't be whispering right now if that wasn't, right? Ah, she's good. Well, even if there is, it'll only be for a little bit. We just gotta be quick and quiet. And if I'm gonna break one rule, I at least want it to be the one where she gets to see it for herself. It won't get you in trouble. It won't. We'll be super sneaky and be back here before you know it. You're Rain, right? That's what Mizora called you earlier? Yeah, and you're Mila. Mila offers a small smile, a new and exciting experience for Rain. Thank you, Rain. No problem, let's get moving. How big is the back area? Oh, oh. Are you sure it's not in that pile anywhere? To Rain, the back of the post office is a familiar, comforting place. The same is true for most of all the Gale kind, the insular people rarely leaving their nests and heading into the village safer when their work required as much. Oh my goodness. For Mila, however, she feels as if she's stepping into an entirely new world as she catches her first glimpses of the interior. With little in the way of natural light, the numerous lamps and lanterns provide her with more than enough opportunity to take her surroundings in. A seemingly infinite amount of colorful letters float slowly down from the eternally tall tree, the messages from the departed reminiscent of confetti for a never-ending festivity. She looks upwards toward the source. Haha, upwards toward following a trail of stairways, perches and doors along the outer edges of the trunk. Oh my god. It doesn't take long for her eyes to reach her destination. A giant net, several stories above, colored as a rainbow through the gaps of rogue. To be a career, ground floor. Career. Welcome to Morton Post, again. Wow. I know, it's the best place in the whole world. How high up does it go? I asked Grandma the same thing once. She's the postmaster, but even she didn't know, so I guess the answer is just really, really high. Oh, how do you avoid getting lost in a place so big? Well, the world outside the tree is bigger. How do you avoid getting lost out there? Oh, Seaburn fidgets in place, a small hint of red tinting her cheeks. Listen, if this was about color coding all of those letters, I could be here all day, all week. I love sorting things by color.
At work, actually, sometimes it's one of those things I was like, oh, you're the only person who can really concentrate on stuff like this. Can you sort me like 500 pieces of this and that thing, like out of a box of 1,000 or 2,000? I'm like, if I don't have to do anything else, like, you know, absolutely. So I just sent the like 1, 2, 3, 4. I love that. I could do a job like that all day. I am not even joking. Oh, well, don't worry. I know this place like the back of my wing. The ground level, anyway. Okay, I'll follow you as best as I can. Please don't fly away, though. I know you Seaborn can fly with those noodle arms. It's fine. What kind of bird are you? Cried for a job. Ooh. Ooh. Cheap, cheap. Anyway, let's get going then. We'll find your box in no time. Hired? Yes! Yesterday I earned a job in potion making. Today I started at the post office. Perfect. Rain does a quick about face, her cloak muffling the ruffle of her wings beneath, and begins marching to the opposite side of the room with Mina following close behind. Rain occasionally catches some letters mid-air and skims the names before filing them away in a cloak. Quick, add a wing toggle! Yeah, hold on, let me just... Oh, wait. There we go. Okay. I'm ready for work. All of the envelopes are really colorful compared to the usual mail we get. Yeah, Grandma says she thinks it's so the letters stand out more and don't get lost. She thinks? If she doesn't know for sure, then the real answer just doesn't exist. She knows everything there's to know about this place. It's kind of scary how there's some things about how the office works that no one knows. Oh, don't say that. Really? I think it's cool. Small talk between the two continues as they round one corner and then another. Eventually, the two find themselves in a large room with numerous outgoing boxes, one for each person. Vite. Rain takes her time filing away the letters she intercepted on her way over, starting from the bottom, just as she was taught, while Mila is much more anxious to find her own box. Eventually, with her other letters put in their rightful places, Rain stops in front of the box. Mila assumes it must be hers, even if the vertical writing is unreadable to her. Rain gives her with a wing, confirming her hunch. But there's nothing in there, is there? It's empty. Yeah, I'm sorry, but at least now you know, right? Mila sniffles. Oh no. I'm sorry. What for? It's not your fault that nothing's there. Mom told me today that Dandelion wasn't going to send me anything and I needed to stop bothering the post office workers. I lied and said I was going out to play instead. Mom said her friend wouldn't have anything to tell her. That's so mean. Why would you say something like that just because it's been a long time? No, I don't think so. She said the same thing at the start too. So cruel. Were you and Dandelion super close? Yeah, Danny and I did everything together. She was my best friend. I thought I was hers too, but she would have sent something by now, wouldn't she? What was that noise? Oh my god. I'm sure she cared about you a ton. Please don't cry. Sometimes things just take a while to find their way out of the office. I'm sure Dandelion's letter's somewhere in here. Mom said they usually come fast when I asked her, though. Yeah, well, are you gonna listen to your mom or someone who works here? What's she know? Rain makes chocobo noises, just a quirk. I love her.
Lorraine thought it was a clever point. Mina's tears don't stop. But little Korea looks upwards, looking for some sort of miracle solution that would ease her new friend. But honestly, Mila, genuinely, sometimes things just like get stuck somewhere. I had a customer send us a mail today, and they were like, "Hey, I'm so sorry, but for our order number blah blah blah, we still haven't received our goods." I'm like, "Oh, okay, I'll check that immediately. Give me just a bit. I'll get back to you, right?" And I look into our system, and I'm like, no, we did turn it into like a delivery note. We have also already written the invoice. The invoice has been paid for. The goods were sent out a month ago, and now you're telling me you don't have them? They are not still in our office. Who pays a fucking invoice if you don't even have the goods? Hello? Anyway, we did find out. They must have probably overlooked it on some other thing, but still, it's like, yes, we have already paid for the stuff that we don't have. Huh? Huh? In the same sense, sometimes it does happen that you genuinely think you finished sending out something, and then, I don't know, it didn't get picked up or whatever, and then the customer's like, "Hey, I don't have this thing yet. Did it already leave your house?" And I'm like, yeah, definitely. It's leaving today, and we definitely didn't forget about it. It's definitely not sitting on the counter right now. Flying with the wings. Yeah, like, very quickly. Dandy was murdered yesterday. She can't write back. There she spots a door that gives her just the idea she'd been grasping at. I know somewhere else we can look. Really? And you think it will be there? Sure, but we need to get you a disguise. A disguise? Just like me. Ta-da! Home sweet home. You live in the post office? Of course, all of us do. The mail never stops, so neither can we. Oh, your careers are really cool. The coolest ever. Let's get looking before someone shows up. We should find a cloak first. I think I left one in my laundry basket. Your dirty laundry basket? They're all clean, don't worry. Hill keeps telling me to fold my clothes and put them away, but it's easy to just leave them in a basket. I don't really get it. Find a disguise. I'm making an entire soundtrack in the end. That is crazy. Like, honestly, everything you guys did for this entire month is just like, oh yeah, sure. Let's just write an entire game. Let's just write an entire soundtrack. Let's just draw the entire art. Let's just program this entire thing. Let's write an entire script. Hello? One second, I can't see. My glasses are so dirty. Okay, here comes the point and clicking. Oh, I live at work because the work never stops. Do you get sick days? Do you get off days? Do you have holidays? You should unionize. Alright. They are very colorful. They're so cute. I want to put them in my mouth. Okay, well, let me inspect. Basket. What? Nothing? But I really remember leaving it in here. You sure like that dress design a lot. Huh? Oh, since we don't leave the tree much, we order all our clothes in big batches. I thought that's what it did outside too. Fried chicken! Not really. Mom and I live next to a little earth food shop called Bell House. Oh crap. So we get new clothes all the time. Mom
Stamp size is important since we don't have any magic like everyone else does. Oh yeah, Big Sis told me about that. Did you know the magic you get from your clothes and food is what makes the lettuce come down from the top of the tree? Oh, I don't really like the apple trees that bring over for picnics, but maybe I should try and eat them more. I like your clothes though, they're super pretty. Thank you. Aww. Dandy liked them too. Mommy made her bandana by cutting up one of my old vests. I wore it every day up until... Oh, okay, let's keep looking. Oh no! Okay, well... What about... Here. Yes. This is my desk. I was practicing writing up until way late last night. It's a lot cleaner than I thought it would be. What's that supposed to mean? Anyway, no cloak here. Let's keep looking. Okay. What about here? There it is. Okay, Mila, put it on. It may be a little big. Sorry. It's okay. The bow's the hardest part. Here, let me help. Just remember, like an 8-year-old girl has passed away just before the game started. Now, why would you say that? Well, let's just start, but we need to find you some barding. Your feet are dead giveaway. Oh, sorry. Don't apologize for that. I don't remember where I left my spare barding. Guess I'll just have to search every nook and cranny. Yes! Guess I'll just have to collect more places. Yeah. What about you, Band? There's nothing like throwing off my cloak and barding after a long day and just collapsing into my nest. Actually, why at least yesterday's barding? If you don't know. Favorite hat? I already know the first step I'm gonna put on it when I get promoted. Promoted. Oh, Mila, wanna meet my friends? Huh? Meet Ollie, Mills, and Cappy. Oh, hello? Mizora and Big Sis got them for me last year. Sis said they were only gonna get one, but they all look like a big family together. Oh, lucky. I think they do too, though. For friends, you can't see it. I'm sorry. Thank you again for helping me. You're welcome, but you don't need to thank me until after you find your letter. But you're already doing so much. I wanted to say it even if we don't. We will, don't worry. Please don't cry. No. Okay, well, let me check the laundry basket again, I guess. That's the most obvious place out of the way, at least. I've looked everywhere. I know there has to be a spare set of barding somewhere in here. It's okay. I really appreciate you trying anyway. No, wait. We can still find it. Don't give up yet. But we've checked everywhere. That's what I thought too, but then I remembered my secret. Behold my stamp collection. Yeah, I think so. That's actually a good idea. Hold on. Let me move back to my favorite corner. Corner at the edge of the universe. No. No at the edge of the universe. Those are some cute stamps. This is where I put all of my favorites. The designs are so cool, they sometimes inspire me to think outside the box. Well, if they help. Oh, it doesn't fit anywhere, does it? Oh. Below the bag? There! Budding, finally! Oh, you weren't kidding about your stamps. Nope, Here, quick, put them on. Didn't you already wear these yesterday? It's fine. I didn't do much yesterday and they're super small. They just go around your ankles. Okay.
I'm sneaking you in here. The least you could do is wear my worn boarding from yesterday. Come on.
Looking good. We're almost there.
There's more?
Of course. What self-respecting Korea doesn't have a hat? They only give us a couple hats each, but I should still have another one somewhere.
Rain, are you in your room again? Oh. Oh yeah, I saw you explaining it. I think like I should just try and match the hitbox with like the upper left corner, like with the cursor. It's fine. I'm gonna work it out. No worries.
What's Mizora doing here?
Hide. Ooh, okay. Yeah.
Hide.
I'm a little upset that I immediately got it right with the bat. I wanted to try the others as well. My intuition never fails.
Mizora, what brings you here?
Same thing as you, I imagine. I'm on my break. I don't think you were scheduled for use yet, Herbert.
I was. So involved in my work this morning, I forgot to tidy my room before starting the day, so I wanted to get that handled while the morning was still slow.
I see. Cleanliness is just as important as any other duty. Good on you for taking initiative. I'm going to fetch some water then. I'll come by in a bit to check up on you. If you need any help cleaning so we can get back to work, feel free to let me know.
Sure, thank you.
Excellent. See you in a few wing beats.
You're right, I could do that. That was close. Are you sure I'm not gonna get you in trouble? Super sure, everything's fine, trust me. Though, we really gotta find the hat before they show up again. Or at least think of a way to buy some time. Aha! I can check more. Yeah, let me...
Upwards. Oh, I don't have anywhere to check to do upwards on. Turns until Mizora comes back. 3.
Oh no, wait. Only 3. Let me save.
Okay, 3 turns. Okay, maybe below your desk.
I guess I should clean him, but that won't help by any time. Because I just really don't want to.
Okay, fuck. Maybe below the basket.
My last chance, don't fail us now, basket.
I don't know what I was expecting.
She laughed. Thank you, basket.
Oh god, oh no, one more turn. Okay. Below the plushies? No hats here. Fuck!
In fact, nothing is ever out of place with these 3. I think Mizora cares more about them as much as I do.
I'm coming in.
Mila, hi!
Hello again. How goes the cleaning efforts? Ready to get back to work?
The cleaning is going kind of bad.
Oh, do you think so? It's looking rather tidy to me. I'm trying to find a hat. I'm not sure if it's going to help me if I tell you that, but I'm gonna risk it. Okay, no, lose. That's not. You were clearly wearing a hat. Saying you lost your hat is not going. Oh my god.
I lost my hat. Do you think you could help me get a new one?
I think I can do you one better. Have you checked the top of your hat lately by any chance? If you're feeling a little tired, I don't mind waiting a few extra minutes.
That'd be a big help, thank you.
I thought she would maybe like just go, oh, I lost my replacement or something. Not, I lost my hat, the one you're wearing right now. Okay, below the drawers? Did I check below the drawers? She's 12 and stressed. Okay, honestly, that's fair. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Can I do several at the same time? No. No, okay. Bird brain.
Maybe I tip this over and make a giant mess Mizoda will leave me be for the rest of the day. No, that wouldn't work. They'd probably just help me clean it up all day.
Oh my god. I don't know. Below the bed then. Jesus.
I could clean here, but that won't help me buy in time. So just
No! No, you don't. No. 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 You're not coming in. What if you just give the hat that you're wearing and you're like, oh, you know. Like, you give yours to her and everyone who works here should already know you, so it wouldn't be as... Huh?
Didn't I just borrow your hat for today? Everyone already knows you here, right? No way, last time I went exploring the tree during the day without my uniform on, I got in trouble. Oh no, let's keep looking then. Damn it!
What have I not done yet? I mean, I can inspect stuff again, sure. I've only done below, so inspect then.
Shouldn't be wasting my time looking around. Mizoda will be back any moment. Now it's time for action.
Ready to get back to work? No. I need more time.
Maybe I took a few extra minutes. I want to try folding my clothes.
Oh, well, look at you, finally graduating from the laundry basket. By all means, take your time.
Oh, I'm glad that worked, but now I'm gonna have to actually fold my clothes later.
I understand though. I usually also have my freshly washed clothes in a laundry basket until at some point it's like, oh no, I'm running out of baskets to put clothes in to, you know, for the new stuff, and then I actually just put them back in my drawers and everything. Okay, I'm losing my mind. Get another basket. Yeah, you exactly. It's like you just take one and you get another one. It's like, oh. Please. Shouldn't be wasting my time. What do you mean? Isn't this is blue? This could be one, right? Come on, laundry basket. I believe in you. Fuck. I need more time. I'm losing my mind. Below the desk? In the desk? What do you mean? Drawers? Hello? The Dark Souls of visual novels. What haven't I done? I've inspected everything. Oh, below the bed? No, but I did below the bed earlier, right? Yeah, I did. Oh, right, I reloaded, that's why. Hold on. I'm gonna do it again, just for the simple sake of seeing every single option that I've clicked. Okay. Can't put upwards on anything. Hide. Hide had?
I don't have any idea what it could be. Wait. Misora said I'd help if I asked, so maybe... There, my head's tucked safely away in my cloak. Now we just gotta wait for... Oh my god.
You're laughing at me. I wasted so much time. You're just laughing at me. I'm coming in.
Mila,
Hello again. How goes the cleaning efforts? Ready to get back to work?
I think it's going okay. It's looking a lot tidier.
Sure enough. But they ask what happened to your hat. Oh, the some of the hat just... Oh! I was thinking, like, why would I want to hide her if there is no danger of Misora coming back yet? But why would, on the other hand, why would you give me the option to hide when this one is a scripted hiding?
I lost it. Oh, where did it run off to?
You didn't notice?
There's not. Do you think you could get me a spare?
Ooh, you opened your eyes. What can't be helped? Give me just a moment. I took some searching, but I found the hat you were wearing last year. Maybe just a bit tight, but it'll have to do until we find your new one. You thought hide would be the solution, try the first one to get every other option. Classic.
It's perfect. Thank you so much.
Of course. I'm heading back outside to finish my trimming. What's on the agenda for you now?
I've got a letter I'm having trouble sorting. I need to ask Big Sis about it, so I'm heading up there next.
Oh, sorting was always a bother. I'll keep an eye on the front desk then.
Thank you so much. Again.
Of course. See you this evening, Rain.
Bye!
Ah, lying feels bad, doesn't it?
Okay, we're in the clear. You can come out now, Mila. Here you go, one hat. It should even fit you perfect. Look at you, Morton Post's latest career. Well, I do feel kind of cool wearing the entire uniform. You should. I feel a lot like Miss Nee. Oh, do you know about her? She's around town all the time and super nice. She always looks amazing in her uniform.
Uh-oh.
What? Neve isn't cool at all. She's super lame. Huh? We should get going. Okay. Where are we headed? There's a apartment up above the handle. Let me try that again. There's a department up above that handles letters that need some extra work to deliver. If Mail was gonna get lost, it'll be there for sure.
The Caprice twofolds there. It's moved on to its next unsuspecting victim.
That does sound like a good place to look. Yep, just follow me onwards and upwards. Upwards!
The ascent starts easily enough. 2 little sets of footsteps marching up the spiral stairs, in and out of the connecting rooms, and up the stairs again. After some time, the pair of footsteps fall out of sync, one trailing slightly behind. The distance between them continues to grow until eventually Rain can hear a friend at all.
Huh? Hey Mila, are you...
The courier turns around, quickly spotting Mila several places behind her, back against the wall of the tree. She takes a step forward and slowly drags her other foot upwards to match the first, before repeating the process again. Oh no.
Okay.
Onwards and upwards, the rainbow canopy. If you're not used to something like this, especially stairs, oh god.
I'm coming, sorry. It'll be
super, no, that is, it says supper. I'm once again covering text.
It'll be supper time by the time we get to the department at this pace. We gotta keep moving. I'm sorry, I'm going as fast as I can. These stairs have rails, we're so high up. Wait, that's all? There's so much space on the steps, though. Oh. Besides, I heard you see one... Oh my god. See... This is the right way I have my phone for tracking, I'm sorry. Besides, I heard you see one can break your bones and then he'll right back up. You'll be fine. Excuse me? I don't want people falling down here. Thank you very much. I don't want to break my bones. I like my bones as they are. This story would have ended right there if it was me. Me when I say I'm gonna go on a Stairmaster from now on and I stop after 2 minutes already because I can't do it anymore. You could hold on to me if you want. That way if you fell I could fly us right back up. Why are we not flying in the first place? Not if she's going to hold on to my wing, but anything to help her feel better. If you don't mind, I don't know how much higher I can go on my own. Aww. As proof of her confidence and bravery, Rain skips downwards, extending her wings slightly to float past a few steps. She soon finds herself next to Mila, keeping one wing slightly stretched open. Is this why there's a parkour list? Is this the reason? I didn't read it. I didn't read it yet because I was like, oh no, I don't want to spoil myself by looking at the parkour tier list. You know, just in case. The Seaman gets the intention quickly, or perhaps is simply overeager to ground herself to another and links her arm with Rain's. She's trembling a lot. I feel kind of bad for teasing her so much. You're safe and sound now. Are you good to keep going? I think so. Thank you again. You're welcome. Again. And so the two continue onwards, arm in arm, at a pace slower than before, but comfortable all the same. My big sis can't fly either. Even she has to take it slow on the stairs sometimes, especially if her delivery bag is extra full. Is she okay? I don't know how anyone could work in here and not know how to fly. Yeah, she only has one wing, but she's been working here forever. So if she has So if even she has trouble sometimes, then you shouldn't... One wing? Do you mean Miss Neve? Miss Neve is your sister? Oh, we're not related, but she's my big sis. That's so cool. It's not that cool at all. What do you mean? Miss Neve knows everyone in town. When she comes to drop off our mail, she can always tell if I'm feeling sad too. It's like she's a mind reader. It's not super hard to tell when you're sad, Mila. Big deal. I can read minds too, better than sis even. Really? Can all of you do that? What am I thinking now? How lucky you are to have such a reliable guy like me, obviously. Oh. Surprised? I told you I could. Actually, I was thinking about how much cooler Miss Neve would be if she was really able to read minds all this time. The two continue to climb, the giant net of envelopes serving as an ever-reliable reference for how far they had come. Soon enough, it stopped serving as a distant waymark above, and instead rests just below their feet. Finally here. That seemed so far away on the ground level. It was far away, and now we're as far away from the ground as a net level. Oh, please don't say that. Rain lets loose a laugh as they approach an unassuming mailroom door, but mutes herself as she places a feather over her mouth, bidding whisper from her companion. Okay, so, I hope she isn't here right now, but Neve is actually the head of this department. Really? Then the letter's gotta be here. She's probably already found it. Maybe. I'm not so sure about that. You take a swim in the letters. Have you seen the gaps in that net? Absolutely not. Rain opens the door slowly as she's able, remembering its dire need of some grease the last time she had made the climb several nights before. No. While the door was cooperative in its silence, the view inside dashed any small victory welling within her. With instantly, Eve back turned, jotting down some notes as she files envelopes into her bag. Exercising a level of care she often never uses, Rain closes her door again. Bad news? She's still here. That's good, we can just ask about it then. You shouldn't even be here. You don't work here. You're not supposed to be in the bag. I can't just go up to the head of the department. If she had found it already, don't you think she would have filed it by now? I'll try and talk to her. While I do, you should look around and see if you can find it yourself. Maybe you'll be able to recognize something about it that Sis wouldn't be able to. Want me to sneak around in the mail? Miss Neve is nice, but we both get in trouble if she catches us. I know, which is why she won't catch us. What do you mean? We just gotta be extra sneaky around her. How about when I say cloud, you hide? And when I say water, that means it's safe and you can go back to searching. Water and cloud. Okay, I'll try and remember. Are you sure, though? I really don't want to get you in trouble for Miss Neve to get angry with us. No, with me. It says with me. I was taking away. I'm just trying to fill these sentences, despite me not being able to see the end of them either. Okay, cloud is hiding, and water is safe. Okay. Big Sis doesn't scare me, so she shouldn't scare you either. Just listen close and we'll be fine, okay? Okay. I get a full writing credit. Yay! With another careful opening of the door, the two friends make their way inside, Mila quickly ducking out of sight as soon as she's able. I can hear you back there, Droplet. Step into my office. Rain shares a quick glance with Mila before heeding her big sister's invitation. Oh, that's great. Perfect timing. Fetch my water, will you? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You already have a glass. Yeah, but it's on the wrong side. You know I can grab it from there. I'm just gonna drag the cup across the desk. If something spills, it's her fault. One serving of water, Your Majesty. Thanks as always, my ever-reliable retainer. How could anyone ever think she's cool? Oh, come on, don't give me that look. I've got a surprise for you, actually. Check this stamp out. Ooh. Oh, I like the shapes. I thought you might. I just found it this morning. I've got another batch to give you too. Then let me forget before you leave. Thank you. No problem. On the subject of stamps, have you put any more thought into what the first one on your hat is gonna be? I told you already. I like the long one I have with the stairs at the sky. If you say so. It's a bit of a weird shape for a first promotion though. Did you at least have any standard shaped stamps as a backup plan? And now she's looking towards Mila. I need to tell her to hide. Okay, well, clouds. Clouds were safe, right? What? No, clouds were hide. Clouds were hide. I know they just told me like a second ago. I'm stupid. Okay, so oh, like rain, you mean? Clever. But it doesn't matter because I still like the long one. Sure. I'm sure your first promotion is still a long ways off, so you've got plenty of time to change your mind. I don't want to change my mind. I like the long one. Read down at Rain if you already had. It's because Rain fucking lied before the minigame reversed which word went what. What? No way. Really? Honestly, that would have been funny as hell. It's like, hey, here's how you get through this mini game, and then it's the exact wrong order. Critical oversight. It would have been funny though. Nuh-uh. It's gonna happen any day now. I've been doing all of my chores right on time.
Oh, so you're off duty right now? It's still pretty early in the day.
Okay, she's looking at me again. I should let Mila know she can start looking now.
Continue.
No need to throw water on me like that. Water, keep looking.
Hey, what's with the pity party? You'd normally be ready to shout at me right about now.
Well, we got a visitor this morning.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, she always seems so sad whenever she comes in asking about her missing letter.
Ah, we're talking about little Mila, I assume. I actually think her name was Water. We know you're right, it had to have been Mila. Okay, we're still good.
I've just been thinking about it all day and I really want to help her somehow.
Oh, excuse me. Young love digging his talents into you, Droplet. Ooh, she's starting to look over there. I'm scared, I'm scared, I'm scared. I'm gonna risk it. I'm gonna say water one more time.
Bringing your water and you're still trying to bully me?
Ah, okay, yeah, no. That was too much risking. I saw those eyes. I should've.
What cloud do you have your head stuck in if you think it's okay to say something like that?
Oh. Yeah! Calm down, it's just a joke.
Can't stand her.
I agree with you though. Poor Mila's been crying for far too long.
Do you talk to her family a lot? Outside of the post office?
Nearly every day I'm out in the village, yeah. Not so much in the past few weeks though, what with the lack of outgoing mail and all.
Yeah, you should be good to look again, I think.
I'll let Sumaisi do.
Really? Maybe this weekend.
I think we can make that work. Have I been forgiven for the young love thing yet?
The clouds have parted for now.
Back to the topic at Wing then. You may be interested to know that I've been doing some digging the past few weeks into Mila's situation.
Really? Have you found anything?
Naturally.
But we have to tell Mila right away then. She's been coming in every day. She's gotta be worried sick right now.
Slow down there, Droplet. What I've learned is this one's above your pay grade. Oh no.
What are you talking about? Hi, Raiders! Welcome in! Good evening! I'm Nora, like the color pink, Vision Office, and JRPGs, and we're currently playing all of the newly released games by Studio Élan. Right now we're on Upwards Reign, the post office of farewells. Hello! How are you?
Water's like the very first thing we thought of for the script. Honestly, banger. Water. What are we waiting for?
Welcome in, hello!
Also Pikachu for the Raiders, of course.
Pikachu! Pika. Pikachu!
I'm good. We just got caught trying to go through the mail. As long pauses can is happening in real time. It's like just looking at each other. Mila's just slowly losing her mind, like starting to vibrate at higher and higher speeds and more intensity, like. And she looks at me, and I look at her, and she looks at me, and I look at her. Oh God! Okay, let's get her out of this misery that I've put her in. Huh?
What's she doing? Clouds! You're trying to overshadow me again? Like a great, big grey cloud.
You saw that too, right?
No, not at all.
Maybe I shouldn't let my water sit out so long.
No! Cloud.
Someone's found a new favorite wood.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Get away from this.
Anyway, you don't like my long stem. Do you really think the cloud one would be good? What? She didn't turn around. Oh no.
What's going on with you today?
Something clouding your mind right now?
Do you need to sit down? I think I'm going to fail this. Oh. Am I not supposed to use the word cloud anymore? Cloud. Oh god, wait. But I can't have her jumping up again, right? If I say water, she's gonna come out of the hiding spot and then Neve's gonna say, ha! What? No. No, this just doesn't feel right. No matter what I do, I think I'm gonna lose. Ooh! Great! Great! We've hit 3 on the suspicion meter. Wait, no. How many? Wait, how many can I get? How many hits can I get on the suspicion meter? Ah! Cloud! My stem got ripped. It didn't even make its way back to my room. Oh no. My entire head is spinning. I see. Sorry for sending you into a fit there. I think you misunderstood what I was trying to say. I wasn't trying to make fun of you. The fact of the matter is, Mila's case is impossible. Huh? Rain, I'm gonna be serious for a sec. Listen close, okay? Okay. It's so heavy in here all of a sudden. When you were talking to her this morning, I presume Mila told you she was anticipating a letter from a friend, yes? Uh-huh. Did she happen to tell you her friend's name? Dandelion. Mila calls her Dandy a lot, though. Right. It's not that uncommon of a name, especially as you get closer to the capital city. However, a curious little wrinkle, no one named Dandelion has ever lived in Vitae. You get 2 wrong calls before the music change, but the backup is going to fail no matter what choices you make. Ah! Whew. How many X's can you get without getting a game over? Because I love that you put like the little block in there, and then it just keeps going. Okay. Safe. What? But that doesn't make any sense. 1 free and the second one's a game over. I'm so good. I'm a pro gamer. I thought the same thing, so I did a bit of extra legwork, double checking aliases, looking through all the files and so on. And? Nothing. But you visit the village all the time. You must have met her at least once. So you think. I don't get it. Big Sis knows everyone in town. Did she just forget about Dandelion somehow? As Ryan grasps for a simple solution to this complex mystery, Neve pulls a couple envelopes from her bag.
I know I don't need to tell you this, but this department focuses on the stray thoughts from those who have left us, the ones that may seem half-realized or unclear for their intended recipient. Here, to the regular who always visited my cafe on the weekends, and another for the mine treasurer. My treasurer, not my treasurer.
But you go to the village all the time, so you're always able to find who they belong to.
Neve tucks the letter safely away once more. She proceeds with her usual routine before she does her daily rounds. The brace on her wing is loosened and eventually removed. She nonchalantly grabs her hat, though it goes into her bag for now, rather than its rightful place atop her head. The break from her usual motions comes from her picking up a plain white envelope and offering it to her little sis. The rest of the stamps, as promised.
Oh, absolutely no worries about raiding and running. Thank you so much for coming by. I hope you can get some good rest. Thank you.
Oh, thanks. I've got a theory I want to visit with you. Walk with me. The door swings closed behind Rain. For mercy, Neve didn't seem to notice Mila as she exited the room. The same couldn't be said for Rain, catching a glimpse of her friend curled up tight before following Neve out.
Yeah.
So tell me, have you gone exploring any further up the tree? Be honest.
No way, it's all just old storage in other rooms no one uses anymore. There's nothing fun about that kind of stuff. Not to mention Kel. If she heard I ever went higher than where the lights are on, she'd get mad for sure.
Right you are, about that part at least. Neve tilts her head upward, looking for something she has no hope of finding. Rain follows her gaze, bringing her neck back as far as it will go. Handling letters can be easy. Wouldn't they be winging letters, actually? That's not... No, I don't think I have the brain capacity to think about that right now. Not far from where the two stand, the lights become more sparse before disappearing entirely, allowing an absolute darkness to steal the space away. Below the rainbow canopy, where light sources are plentiful and comforting, the brightly colored envelopes bring with them a sense of joy and whimsy.
Puns! In my newest... Shh, don't tell anyone.
A final gift from those who had left, both for the recipients as well as the couriers themselves who had the honor of delivering them. But now, floating down from infinity, they instead take the form of lingering specks of light, swimming in a sea of endless black. Wings can reach forgotten heights. Somewhere up there is where we store letters we're unable to deliver for one reason or another, the undeliverables, not our most creative showing.
Huh? Well, we never fail a delivery. That's what makes us couriers.
That's the aim, at least. I like to think I'm pretty good at my job. Sometimes, though, things just fall through the cracks.
What do you mean? These letters are the most important things in the whole world. Grandma says so. Kale says so.
I say so too. Fact of the matter is, though, it's impossible to deliver everything. Occasionally a letter will drop without any writing on it whatsoever, or we'll even obtain entirely empty envelopes from time to time. There's also less dire issues like illegible handwriting or red herrings in the context clues that make it difficult to find its intended recipients. You name it, it's happened. We've managed to keep the amount of deliveries taken there low, but it's not quite zero.
Can't believe it. I always thought that all of the mail eventually made it to where it belonged, even if it took a little while. The idea that there are people out in the village who kept waiting for words from their loved ones to arrive only for them to never come, and then it was our fault. I don't get it. Kale can be really scary, scolding me when I wake up late, or if I felt something wrong, or if I don't tidy up the front desk or forget to smile when greeting a guest. But even if she's super strict, she always tells us because we have to be proud of our work, because it's super important and we have to do it perfectly. But if this room really existed all this time, we can't be perfect. Never ever. Why would you say that stuff? Just to have an excuse to boss me around more?
That's an easy one. Your dear mentor Kale heads the undeliverables department. The only staff there, actually. She never told me that, not even a hint.
I assume, because you are only 12. Not to be, well, you're a child, but, well, you're a child. And I don't think they just tell you something like this just out of the blue, usually. It's very emotional. She's speaking truth when she tells you that as couriers have a lot to be proud of, and we always need to strive to do the best we can. But there's no pride in what she does, Rain. I know she can be a stickler, but try to give her the benefit of the doubt, okay? I had a theory I wanted to share with you, if you remember.
Oh, yeah.
I stand by my earlier findings. Dandelion never existed. I couldn't find anything, neither documentation nor my own memory, to prove otherwise.
But Mila
believes the opposite, yeah, even with overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Telling you about the undeliverables got me thinking. You accepted its existence as it was, even though it may have hurt, and with nothing concrete to back my words. Just a few minutes ago, the undeliverables didn't exist for you. From your perspective, the department was never there, but now it is. Where better then, I wonder, for a letter from a phantom to find itself.
So that means we should head up right away.
It's a nice thought. Unfortunately, there's little reason for them to maintain the stairways heading up from here. And, well, you know. Only someone with 2 good wings would be able to make the climb, and getting an escort to take me up would take far too long to schedule in, I fear. Not to mention Kale, no doubt I'd be in for a verbal lashing if she caught me up there. No thanks. Rin turns her eyes to the looming darkness once more, scanning the unknown. In that instant, she thinks of Mila curled up in the other room and how she'd feel if Dandelion's final words never found their way home.
I think there's scarier things than Kale.
Neve briefly releases the grip on her back to ruffle Rain's hand. Well, a courier's work is never done. I've got some leads I'm optimistic about today, so I'm going to head off. Follow me down once you've wrapped up any official office business. You'll make Missouri fret if you take too long. Rin watches as Neve slowly disappears from view as she begins her descent. Once entirely gone from view, she turns back to the door, slowly swinging it open. Mila is waiting on the other side and steps out with nary a word.
Wasn't here either, I'm sorry. I know. We've got one more place to check. I know I've said it before, but I'm sure it'll be there this time.
We don't have to.
Of course we do, come on.
Rain extends a wing outward, silently beckoning Mila to intertwine once again before resuming their journey. Mila hesitates for several long moments, though she eventually obliges.
I know she can fly and this is gonna be tough.
Oh yeah.
But I want Mila to be there to see the end of this, so Lada has to be there. Get 2 good wings between us and that's all Big Sis said we need. I'll make it work.
Oh yeah. Oh, no one's maintaining these, huh? The 2 continue up the stairs in relative silence. As Neve had implied, however, the ease of the journey eventually comes to an abrupt halt as the girls are met with an impossibly wide gap and strong winds from holes to the outside and far sides of the chasm. Chasm? Chasm.
Wind is kind of chilly. Yeah, we must be pretty high up by now. Probably carry you over if it wasn't blowing, but now...
And 2 wings no matter the amount of people. You know what I'm always scared of? In elevators, when it always says like, oh, like 7 people or however many kilograms, and I'm like, what's the average person they're counting for that? Like 7 people. Like 7 people if like they're all, I don't know, more than like the, like what, how do they count the amount of people? Why not just write the kilograms in there? Why do they count people? I was like, am I thinking too much about this? Probably.
No, it's all fine, don't worry. Just give me a minute to think of a plan. And where to start. Aha, reach the top. Okay.
Well, first, let me save. Let me look at stuff. What does it say on here? Warning! Only those with 2 stamps and more beyond this point. All other couriers forbidden entry. Not like I'm able to right now anyway. Okay, what about Flora? Look, there's some dandelions growing here. I thought I would cheer her up, but she looks even sadder now. Oh. Maybe there's a way we could make it across from below. Can't see anything. What are you looking for? Thinking to myself this whole time, Mila deserves to be part of this too. Just wondering if there was some way across that we overlooked. Did you see anything? You can look. Mila approaches as I'm looking down at the lower levels of the post office. As she does, her courier cap is stolen away by the wind. No! She reaches forward, leaning further still into the pit. Be careful! As Mila feels Rain's embrace pull her back, her outstretched arm goes limp. The head drifts down, far out of reach. It's a close one. Are you okay? The response Rain receives isn't the one she expects, as tears start to overtake Mila. As soon as Rain releases Mila, the young Seaborn sprints off, turning a corner and ducking into a nearby room they'd passed on the way up. Rain considers chasing after her, but she finds herself unable to move her feet. Oh, Mila, I can't even imagine what she's feeling right now. I wish there was something I could do or say to cheer her up, especially when we're this close to the top. Unsure of what else to do and in dire need of a guiding hand, she retrieves the envelope of stamps Neve gifted her from her cloak. As they on her way to hotel. Oh yeah! Ooh. When I was in Düsseldorf for Dokumi, I stayed in a hotel that had its like customer, or one of them. The hotel has several elevators, but for some reason they had an elevator on inside the building. Like you went in through the front door, there's the lounge and whatever, and on the left side is the elevator. And the elevator is all glass and goes up on the also full glass front of the hotel. And I don't usually have a problem with elevators. I found out I do have a problem when they're all glass. I felt so sick. If we only had 3 floors to go up, I felt so sick. I was like, okay, you know what? No. I'm gonna have to use this a few more times. But I went in there, I closed my eyes, and I was like, are we there? Yes, we are. Okay. Absolutely not. I'm not. And like, I don't usually have a problem with heights, but for some reason that one felt. After giving each a glance, realization creeps onto her face. Inspiration strikes. I have an idea. I don't know if it'll work, but maybe she appreciates the thought at least. I should grab something for her before I make my way down too. Oh, damn it! Retrieve. Hello there, Dandelion. You're not the one Mila's looking for, but hopefully she'll be happy to see you anyway. The cursed triangle. It's fine. It's fine. I found it. Hi, Larry. Hi, Raiders. You're hiding your eyes. It's okay. It's okay. I'm not doing. I'm not showing you anything. Wah. Hi, Raiders. I'm doing like the galloping visual novels and JRPGs. We are currently on our last game of the garden variety release. We're currently doing Upwards Rain. So anyone, and I hope everyone is planning on playing these games for themselves, yes. Do not get spoiled. I'm not moving ahead, don't worry. So everyone has a second. You see somewhere that you're high up even if you stand on a wall? Yeah. I don't mind. I don't mind. I also have no problem with those stupid like glass panels. They something, you know, when you're in like towers of some kind.
And they're like, "Oh, isn't that fun? There's one singular glass panel in the floor so you can see down." And then people are always like, "Haha, I dare you to step on it." Me. It's like, it's not gonna break, but still. But I am okay-ish with those. I don't like to step on them either, but it's okay. I can see through them. Hold on. What is that called in English? I have to look that up. What do you call... Wow, you really just call it ballooning? Interesting. You know, the big balloons you can take. You can fly in. The fun thing is, in German, you're not allowed to say you're flying in those. You have to say you're driving in them. A balloon ride. A balloon flight. A balloon trip. Ballooning. Ah, yeah. I did that when I was a child. And I was very scared that I would lose my shoes for some reason. I didn't, but I also wasn't wearing the best kind of shoe you could wear to something like that. It's interesting being up there. Anyway, last chance for everyone who doesn't want to get spoiled on Upwards Rain, because we are quite a ways into it, I think. Maybe. I don't know. I think that's a fun idea to add a glass cracking effect. Okay, yeah, no, that's just mean. Also, those elevators that were outfitted with like weird screens, and then they looked like the panels were falling away, and like that's just mean. No. I don't like those. Rain slowly descends the stairs, arriving at Mila's room with nary a sound. It's a cramped little space, serving as both a storage closet as well as a pigeon roost. Despite the clutter, the frosting rain spots as a friend curled up into a ball, weeping gently. Oh, Mila. Aww. Wonder who feeds the pigeons this far? Mizora, maybe. I guess they could just help themselves too. It's good to see they're all getting their rest in. They work just as hard as any of us couriers. Can I go below on any of these? No. Upwards? No. Mila. It looks like she hasn't noticed me yet. I should probably make my presence known. Oh wait, I have the retrieval stamp here now too. Can I retrieve the feet? Maybe just a nibble. No, I can't. Well, I mean, I could, but now's not the time to be snacking. Aw, can I retrieve one of you guys? Hey there, little friend. Hope you're in the mood for a hat. There you go. It's helped me feel a little braver too. Thanks. Aww. Hi, Mila. Got your flower? Do you want it? Mila shakes her head, still resting in her arms. That didn't work. Time for my second idea. I'm pretty high up, but we still got a ways to go. I promise we'll find a way across, so please cheer up, okay? It's not about that. I don't want to go further. I'm sorry. Well, we're getting really close. This is higher up the tree than I've ever been before. We're getting close to what? It's not going to be there. What are you saying? Of course it will. No, I don't think so. Mom said Danny wouldn't have left a letter. We couldn't find it any of the other places he said it would be. But Sneef doesn't even think Danny is real. The way up is scary, and me not being able to fly is only going to make things more dangerous for you. And even if we do make it up, we're looking for a room that you didn't even know existed until just now. Mom and Neve are right. They have to be. There won't be anything there, and it's not worth it. Please, Rain, let's just leave. Mila, hey! No. It'll be there, I promise. And if it isn't, we'll keep looking. He keeps saying things like that. Dandelion didn't send anything. Everyone knew that already except for me. I keep saying it because it's true. I don't know why your mom said those things or why Neve mentioned not knowing her, but Dandelion is real. But the way you talk about her, how could she not be? And if she loved you half as much as you love her, she would have left something for you. Never even met her. That doesn't matter. I trust you 100%, and that means I trust Dandelion too. I can prove it too. Here, look at this. These are the stamps Neve gave me earlier. They don't print with the... They don't print with these colors much, so they're super rare. I don't know how Neve got so many. I'm gonna add them to my collection when we're back on the ground floor, but I think you should take them for now. I don't think I understand. I want them back later, so how about you trade them to me for Dandelion's letter? I'm not too worried they'll be mine by the end of the day. It's that upwards Mila game change now. Smile. What's so funny? It's just Danny used to do the same thing. It's like she could always tell when I was sad. Whenever I started feeling bad, she'd always come over with some of her favorite toys so we could play together. Hey, these aren't toys. No, I know. Thank you anyway. I'll keep them safe for you. Good to hear. I'm trusting you. I do think I'm going to keep one though. Oh, can I see? The one for trust? It's a pretty one. If you keep the nicest one, doesn't it kind of ruin the point? Consider an upfront payment. I'm still prepared to put in the work for the others. Right, if you're sure. Mina, I know I can come off as silly, but I mean it. I trust you, and I'm not going to stop looking for Dandelion's letter. Can you trust me too, when I said I will keep going until we reach the very tip-top of the tree if we have to? She smiles her so much that I wonder sometimes how much of it is real and how much of it is just for my sake. Even if she's just smiling for me, it's still more proof than I could ever need. I can. Great! Then let's get back to searching for a way up. Oh, actually... I'm not sure if it means anything, but I saw a sign like the one outside on the side of the bookshelf earlier. I should show it to her. Ah! Now Mila gets to inspect. Thank you for that, I determined the pet. So this is where all of the pigeons sleep? One of the places, they have roots all over the tree. I see them all the time in the village since I pick up all of our mail. I was wondering why I hadn't seen too many so far. They work even harder than we do. They spend a lot of time sleeping when they're back home. Little pigeons, have a good night.
Oh wait, no, the bookshelf is this thing I want to... Hold on.
Come a long way from the bottom. Sure have. You can stop yet though. I don't know how you can always have so much energy. I said it before and I'll say it again. A career's work is never done. Really cool, right? Well, nothing compared to Big Sis, I'm sure. I think you're even cooler than Miss Neve.
Oh!
Why are you crying?
Oh no! Oh, that's so sweet.
There's a lot of pigeon feed stored here. I haven't eaten all day. If it's good enough for them, I'm not that hungry yet.
Maybe. Okay, let's inspect the bookshelf.
Look, there's a switch on the side here. Good, fine. I'm gonna flip it. Rain, wait.
You don't even know what it does yet. Maybe. Oh.
Ooh. Secret corridor and it's going up. That sounded an alarm or something. Well, it didn't. And we have a way up now. You're the best, Mila. What if we go in and close it behind us? Or if it's a dead end, or then we find a way out. But it'll be okay. Trust me, Mila. Yeah. Okay, you're right. Let's get going. Just hang on a little longer. We'll be there before you know it.
The two continue onwards, arms interlocked, high until the stairs merge with those from the other side of the gap, and higher still. That was not that much faster. Oh.
The wind is just about gone. There's no more windows to the outside from here. It's getting pretty dark too. I don't even want to think about how high up we are now.
But you have normal stairs technically, so that's an improvement.
I know. I can't believe Cal's office is even higher. Maybe she has a secret way to get there. I can't imagine having to do this every time she needed something. Nah, she could do it. She can fly super fast. It's almost scary. Just like almost everything else about her.
Definitely. Definitely. I think I would definitely also hide away in a room like this and just take a nap.
I heard Neve call her your mentor. Unfortunately. She's so mean. If anything ever goes even slightly wrong, she's over my shoulder in an instant to scold me. It's like she can just sense whenever I screw up, even if it's something tiny like not washing my feathers after I write something down or sleeping in for an extra 5 minutes. Both of those things sound like things you shouldn't really be doing, no? Well, it's other things too. A lot of things, actually. I know our job is important and we always have to do our best. I just think she takes it too far sometimes. I'm still just learning. I wish she would remember that before being so strict and upbright about it all the time. In a way, it doesn't sound like someone we want to meet up here. You can say that again. Let's hurry up a little. We can't be that far from the department now.
Wee.
Oh no, not again. After a long and tiring but otherwise unopposed climb, the two companions are met once again with a large chasm separating them from their goal.
It's so different as high up. It doesn't even look like the post office anymore. There's not much air up here either. Maybe that'll make getting across easy at least, since there isn't any wind to make flying harder? Maybe. It's hard to get much height when it's like this though. I could probably do it if I had to, but then we'll think of something else. We can stop when we're so close. Yeah, for sure. Okay, let's take a sec to catch our breath and then see what we can come up with. Oh my god!
So much for I can just be on the right corner of the screen. Look at all of these. Crazy. Okay, well, what do I have? There's never any safe space for me, no matter where I go.
Isn't it sort of weird to have wind chimes way up here where there's not any breeze?
Okay, yeah. Crying.
Maybe they make a sound when a courier flies near them, sort of like the bell over at the front desk door. The front desk door. I really like to hear them, but they're so far away.
What else can I...
Can't even see the bottom from up here. I will never let anything bad happen to you, don't worry.
Aww. What's this thing?
What are these? This whole thing, it's a perch. They're a lot more comfortable to stand on than flat flooring usually, but they're too narrow for even my claws. Must be pretty old-fashioned.
It's okay. It's okay. I'm just gonna... I just have to... Wait. No. This happens a lot. But it never really helps for too long either. It's like no matter where I go on the screen. It's what I get for trying to show the games in full screen all the time. Okay, what's this one?
Say, I think I'm good. How about you? Not better, thank you. There were so many stairs. Okay, let's get right into it then. I think I could get you there, but it'd be kind of risky. I don't really want to try it if it could put you in danger. It's a really big pit. I think no matter what we do, it's going to be dangerous. I guess you're right, but still. Maybe if we could just make it a little bit easier somehow, that would be okay. It might be easier than trying to think of something new, entirely new. It'll work. It'd still be a little scary though. Are you sure you're okay with that? Yeah, I trust you. Okay, in that case, let's see what we can do.
Top left would be safe-ish. The problem is just, for now, problem is just my entire setup is built on the fact that I'm kind of looking this way, right? Looking at the screen. If I try to move I cannot change my setup to be entirely up to the top left. An uneven ear count. Okay. Well, what else can I inspect? Can I? Okay, no, I've inspected everything. What about below? What can I check below?
No, not getting around it, but actually just have to cross it this time.
It's fair, okay.
The large tiles here, the rest of the post office isn't like this. There's scratches on the floor too, probably from Kale.
Oh, okay.
What's below Mila? Hey, can you climb? What? My talons are pretty good at grabbing hold of things, so I was thinking maybe if you only got most of the way there, you could climb up the other side. Can we think of something else, please?
Okay, what's below Rain? Below Rain? Hold on.
Maybe you should just try and have you fly us over there after all. I really don't want to risk it until we can make it a little easier. We just need a tiny bit extra help to make it across. We think of something.
Until I've clicked every single thing. Okay, right. What's upwards? Upwards meter.
Maybe you could get a running jump, then it could catch you and we wouldn't have to fly as far. That sounds more dangerous than just trying to fly normally. Thank you for the pigtails. It's worth at least thinking about. Give me your best jump. Alright, this won't work. What else do I have? I'm sorry, I just don't think I can do it.
Okay, yeah, what do I get for onwards? On Rain?
Stay right there, I'll be right back.
Oh,
Okay. Ah!
alright. Can I... How does this help me? She's not fit for the platformer genre, just like me. How does this help me? What's below Rain on this side? Heavy flies over there after all. Okay, that's the same text. So we're trying out things on both sides of the screen? Okay.
Okay. Let's plain ordinary wind chimes hung up by thin ropes. Maybe we could use the ropes to make some kind of bridge. Mila, I've got an idea. Okay. Let's see, I should bring these over to her. Yeah! Okay, how do I...
Wait. So retrieve... Oh my goodness. Okay, wait. Trying to find where the hitbox is. There it is. Retrieve
wind chimes. Got it. Now to get back to Mila.
Okay. So onwards. Onwards Rain.
On my way. Aha!
Look, maybe we can use a rope on these wind chimes to make you a bridge. It'll be narrow, but you could hold onto me while I fly above you for support.
That's still crazy.
I see the vision, but it's still crazy.
You want me to walk across something as small as that?
I won't let you fall, I promise.
You won't get in trouble for taking these down?
Not if you put them back where we found them, don't worry about it. Okay, I'm willing to try. Alright, you attach it from this side and I'll handle it on the other. Be back in just a moment.
That's pretty.
I'm done. Me too, good job.
Are we ready then?
Actually, let me test it first. If something goes wrong, I can just fly back up.
Let's inspect the wind chimes on the right side. But you figured it out.
Oh, Jesus.
Never mind. Takes only the slightest touch for the rope to come undone.
This is all we had left, but if it's not strong enough... I'm sorry, Mila. I'm out of ideas. What if you made it stronger? Oh? Look, have you ever made a daisy chain before?
Neither Teresa McCurry's cloak the dandelion Rain the gifted at the start of their sent from Lee's office. She carefully splits the stem in two, then brings the two halves back together.
Maybe we could do the same thing with the wind chimes. That's so cool! You're the coolest! It's just something my mom taught me how to do. It's not that hard. Easy for you to say. I can do anything like that with my wings. If you think it's worth trying, I can handle it if you can get me the wind chimes. Sounds like a plan. Leave it to me. Oh, okay.
Can I retrieve them from here? Does that work?
Yeah, okay. Hello again. I'm gonna need to borrow you just one more time, sorry. I know you can do it.
Well, you had the idea. You just needed to figure out. I think that's the charm of point and click style games always, though. It's like, I have an idea. Now to figure out what steps I need to take to make it work. Okay, so how do I give them to you? It's just Solemn's way. You're fine. How do I give them to you? Do I trust you?
This is up to you. Ah! Connector. Wind chimes. This part goes under and then top. Just getting started.
You just keep going?
This feels pretty tight. I think this might work. Almost there.
Oh yeah.
You can do it. Done. It's still scary, but I think this is as safe as I could have made it. Let's just tie them to the sides again.
Okay, they're connected. So, terrain.
Should tie this end first.
Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah. Connected to this end. Sorry.
Okay, I'm finished. Can you get the far side, Rain?
Yes.
You got it.
Ooh.
Alright, I fly right above you. Hang on tight to me, okay? I'll keep you balanced, so just keep being brave and we'll be on the other side before you know it. I don't know if I can stop being scared, but I trust you. Oh, let's do it. You're doing great. One foot in front of the other. Trying.
Oh my god.
That is scary.
Just keep looking forward, we're almost there. Down, don't look down.
Oh. I click it as fast as I can possibly click it, okay, Mila?
Did you hear that? Hope was starting to snap. But we're so close. Jump as fast as you can. I can get us the rest of the way there if you do.
Oh my god.
Upwards, Mila.
Oh! Woohoo.
They are.
With the extra bit of distance offered by Mila's jump, Rain is able to fly the two the rest of the way. Their landing is one without much grace, but that is the furthest thing from their minds.
You did it. You're amazing.
You did all of the hard work.
Nuh-uh. I bet you're the first person without wings to ever fly like that before.
Probably, huh? The girls take a mutter and rest, lying on a tiled floor until their heartbeats return to normal and they can stand without trembling. And once again they climb, stairway after stairway, hall after hall, until they turn one final corner.
Ooh. Those are some very non-inviting doors.
Is this it? It's gigantic. Has to be. Something's not right, though. Look, the door handles. We don't have these anywhere else in here. They're hard to use without wings. Now that you mention it, the front of the post office is the same way. Either way, it looks like we can still push it from this side. Are you ready? Yeah. Okay, on 3.
Two girls push and push and push until the aging wood of the door begins to creak in protest. Oh. Slowly but eventually, the hinges give way, offering Rain and Mila the victory as the door opens and the two take the first steps inside.
Ah.
The undeliverables. Repentance Roost. Though not as bright as the lower floors, a scattering of lamps and lanterns are a welcome reprieve from the darkness they had just finished navigating. The room they serve to light, however, is much less comforting. The bare floor and no furniture save the tables for the lamps to sit upon, the undeliverables would make for the most unremarkable room in the entirety of the tree's endless trunk, save for two very important aspects. Oh wow! The room's incredibly tall ceiling, reaching so high as to be all but immune to the numerous light sources, and a wall of outgoing boxes that matched its grandiose heights.
Andy's ladder is somewhere in here? It's gotta be. Let's start looking in the bottom rows. Kale always tells me to sort lowest to high so I don't have to waste my energy flying as much. Okay, but how will you know which one is Dandy's? Maybe we can just empty all the boxes for now and make a pile of letters? It might be easier if you can look at them all at once.
Rain, I don't think you have any idea how many letters there are in this entire place.
Messing up the order of things will definitely get you in trouble, though. If you get caught now, I'm gonna get in trouble no matter what. We should probably still hurry, though.
Eager to find the prize, Rain quickly makes her way to one end of the wall and begins to search, with Mila following close behind. With every box she passes, however, her energy wanes and her heart sinks. Empty. Empty. Empty.
What? Didn't Miss Neve say that there were letters that she couldn't figure out? There shouldn't be something even if it isn't Dandy's, right? There should be something even if it isn't Dandy's, right? Yeah, so why isn't there? Maybe they empty the room after a while? Which would probably mean it's gone. Oh no, Rain, what's wrong? I'm sorry. I really thought it would be... It's okay. No, it isn't. It is. Why aren't you sad about this? I am sad, but maybe it's better like this. Huh? I was really scared that we wouldn't find it because that would mean Danny didn't feel strong enough about me to leave anything, but if they just get rid of the letters eventually, then we don't know if it was ever here or not. If we don't know for sure, then I can just keep pretending that she did. Don't say that. More than that, I'm sad because you're sad. You did so much for me, you don't deserve to feel like this. I really want to cry too, but I feel like I can't if you already are. Stop crying, Rain.
Oh, now we're both crying. Great. Lovely. Rain isn't sure if she feels better, but attempts to refocus herself with a couple deep exhales regardless. She wipes away her remaining tears, staining her wing.
We should probably leave before Kale shows up. Yeah.
Oh, hello. If your aim was to avoid me, you'd have done well to keep your feet to the earth and wings in your cloak. Hi! Oh, barring that, closing the door behind you so light doesn't escape. Your lack of basic etiquette has proven your downfall, just as I warned you multiple times it would.
Hey, she always able to sneak up behind me. Please wait, I can explain.
I very much doubt that, but feel free to try. Let's start with an easy— Oh!
How do you do that with your neck? How do you...
Let's start with an easy inquiry. Why aren't you attending to the front desk right now? Also, I like to do— Okay.
that explains a lot, actually.
I was like, why are you doing a shaft head tilt at me? Excuse me?
Well, there's...
Afterwards, we can discuss the missing hat from our ground floor storage. Coincidentally, the same hat that was assigned to you last week.
Well, technically that was me.
Or, if you prefer, we can put that aside for now and discuss the mess that was made on the path up here. Alternatively, we can skip to whatever excuse you could possibly have for bringing a guest off the post this far with nary a concern for their safety, to this specific room where you are nowhere near the appropriate clearance to even dream of holding access. 360 years old. Huh? I am always watching you.
She's not a guest, she's a courier. Look at her uniform.
Please. A frown unflinching, Kale lifts her wings to the air. The wingspan makes the girls feel smaller than they already are, but that sensation is only compounded upon when Kale brings her wings down with terrifying force. A gust is released that effortlessly blows Mila's cloak and barding loose, with a couple poor lambs falling victim as well. Enough of this, Rain.
It was my fault. Please don't be mad at her.
Kale shifts her eyes to Mila, holding them on her for what feels like an eternity to the girl, before eventually shifting the rest of her body as well. I don't think I've had the pleasure, miss.
She doesn't...
He raises a wing once more, bidding Rain silence.
My name is Mila. My best friend. Well, I'm expecting a letter from her. But Rain is my other best friend, and all she did was try to help me find it. So please get angry with me instead.
All guests of Morton posted to be treated with the utmost respect. I'm afraid, however, that I can't honor your request. This is a place of work. There are rules, traditions, expectations, countless examples, nearly all of which Rain has managed to break within a short window of a few hours. I'll unfortunately have to inform any guardians you may have of your presence here today, but rest assured that you still be welcome to the post with open wings in the future, miss. As for you, Rain, I doubt the need to tell you that there will be severe consequences for your little adventure today. Needless to say, the postmaster will be informed of every last detail.
Mila's mom will never let her come back here, and even if she did, I'm sure whatever punishment I get will make sure we can't see each other again. Visit time with Mila is over. I understand.
I don't care if you want me to punch the floor. Oh, wait. wrong voice.
I don't care if you want me to polish the floors every single day for the rest of my life, or if I'm stuck on the front desk forever. Even if you asked me to leave the post office, I would. Rain. I promise I'm telling the truth. You won't have to worry about me no matter what. Before that, can I ask you something?
That depends entirely upon the question.
Even if we never get to talk again, I can still leave Mila with something. A clue to keep chasing after to find Dandelion's message. She may not be able to get to it right now, but I know she'd be able to find it someday. Maybe Big Sis would even be able to help. Where did the deliveries go after they leave this place? I know there should at least be a few things here, but all of the boxes are empty.
That's a curious piece of knowledge you found for yourself. Am I to assume you at least know the general purpose of this department?
I think so.
Very well. This is a lesson you ought to learn sooner rather than later in any case. You're operating on two incorrect assumptions, however. Allow me to clarify before continuing. 1. Not all of the boxes are empty. She looks upwards into the darkness. She stays unmoving for several minutes, leaving Rain and Mila uneasy and uncertain. At long last, however, the topmost box on the far left begins to emit a faint glow. 1, 2, 3, 4. Rain counts Kale's wing beats. As she prepares to take off, her mentor bending her knees with every flap. At 5, she takes flight. The girls watch in amazement as Kale speeds through the air, skillfully slowing herself as she approaches the ceiling. At the apex of her ascent, all that's visible of her from the floor is what the glow illuminates.
Can I ask? I'm sorry, this is just for my own sake, but how big was the canvas you drew this background on?
She floats expertly to the ground, letter and wing. With just as much finesse, she opens the lip of the envelope at the side of her feather.
You can't just...
Like she had before, Kale again raises a wing to Rain, demanding her silence as she quietly reads the contents of the letter to herself. Her eyes subtly shift back and forth, absorbing every written word to memory with precision and care. As she does so, the intensity of the shine continues to increase, forcing Mila and Rain to look away. And in an instant, the light is gone.
Oh, okay. Alright.
Because the further up it went, I'm like, how big was the canvas for this? Thank you. When Rain turns her head back, Kale stands there empty-winged, with only the faintest of glimmers escaping her grasp before disappearing to nothing. 2. No delivery ever leaves this room.
That's why I was ready. I understand. It is. It feels huge. You definitely succeeded.
What happened to the letter just now?
Miss, have you been thought about the cycle of magic yet?
Me? Our food and clothes have them, right? And they have something to do with the letters?
A good enough foundation. For the sake of being thorough, allow me to walk you through the rest. All of us outside of you Seaborn are born with at least some amount of magic. The Earthfoot people are special, them having and generating a much larger quantity. As such, they imbue their creations, meals, or clothing with excess magic. By wearing or consuming these, we take the magic into ourselves. Said magic is a subtle thing, however. In truth, its only practical function is to lengthen our lifespans as far as they can reasonably go. It's not infinite, though. When someone passes on, whether through natural causes or otherwise, the magic remaining within has to go somewhere. And for reasons we have yet to uncover ourselves, that location is the top of this tray.
And the magic turns into letters?
Or rarely a package, but yes, thoughts, feelings, unfinished business, imprinted directly onto the soul, made manifest in our humble mortem post.
Does that mean if you don't have a lot of magic, you won't get to send any letters?
Seaborn usually only get one, but the other races can send multiple before the last of the magic dissipates. We have records of a few Earthfoot who sent down well over 100 deliveries. Magic is an impatient thing, however, and it isn't keen to wait. If we fail to do our duty and deliver these messages to the intended recipients on time, well, you have first-hand experience with that now.
Why don't they just disappear after they get delivered?
A good question, and one without a satisfying answer. Our best guess is that the delivery is tied to its recipient in some form.
Once a letter or package reaches its intended destination, it's able to maintain a tangible form. In any case, I apologize for the long-winded explanation. I hope you see that it was necessary to fully answer the question at hand, however.
So I couldn't even give Mila another thread to pull at. I'm so sorry. The letter you just read, is there any chance it could have been from my friend? Her name was Dandelion, but I called her Dandy. Also, you spell my name like...
The contents of the message are strictly confidential, sorry, miss. I can assure you that nothing in it implied that it would have been for you, at least. So long as your friend has imprinted the appropriate information, you needn't worry. The delivery doesn't expire for a full 3 weeks after it is initially left in our care, a more than sufficient amount of time for it to go through our system.
Oh, for that just yes. I mean, you could also send several to just the same recipient. You could still add up to 100, I'm assuming.
All Mila can offer is a gasp and a small, sad nod.
3 weeks, and... this is just so frustrating. Everything we did and we're just gonna end like this. And not even a tiny bit of good news for Mila, and we're probably never gonna see each other again. And Kat's just standing there talking like nothing's wrong or even weird and talking about following rules or whatever while breaking just as many as me. Why were you even reading it anyway? Not opening mail that doesn't belong to you is the very first thing we thought. Did you forget? And sorting top to bottom, you say we start at the bottom and that's just to not stress your wings, even though I think it's easier to remember. You always get so mad at me whenever I start from the top, but you get to do it with a much bigger set of boxes? And treating our guests with respect, if the letter wasn't important, we wouldn't have come all this way, and you're just gonna pretend that doesn't matter? If we respected our guests, we wouldn't need to break the rules to help them. Rain.
Have you gotten it out of your system? Are you satisfied?
No, but what else can I say? At least when Neve bullies me, it feels like she still likes me. You're just evil.
Evil, am I? And who are you to place a judgment on me? This room operates on a different set of rules than the rest of the post office. Sorry. Have you know I've performed my duties to the letter? Surely you notice how difficult the journey was to reach this department. How even if you could simply fly up by yourself, you tire yourself long before making it here. Or even the size of the door and how you must have struggled to push it open. These were deliberate choices made by the first generation of couriers. Sorting from the top too was a specific instruction left behind. These 3 things all serve an identical purpose.
I don't think I understand.
It's to exhaust and fatigue the head of the undeliverables department.
What? Why would the post office do something like that?
As I've told you countless times before, we have what I consider to be the most important job in the world. We have a duty to every person in Vitae, alive or otherwise, to deliver the final words of those who have left us. To fail in this duty is unforgivable, and so it is the responsibility of this department, my responsibility, to shoulder the weight of our officer's sins.
It's horrible. Rules like that shouldn't exist. Shouldn't ever exist. What could us hurting ourselves do for anyone?
That's a very good question. Also, I'm so sorry. I need a drink. On that point, you, myself, and everyone else who currently knows of the department can agree. But the traditions of the post are sacred. And so, every time a delivery becomes impossible, I make the trip. In the rare case where 2 appear at the same time, I make it twice, each getting the proper attention it deserves. And 3 weeks later, when it is time for these people to die their second deaths, I return to hear their whispers. For no one deserves their final thoughts to go unheard.
Just say something, but I don't know what.
All the while, far below on the ground floor, I push, aiming for perfection myself and those around me. So children like you can grow up and remain proud of your home, hoping you never need learn of this room, nor inherit my title. If that makes me a villain, then I shall gladly clip my wings and fall to the deepest depths when my time comes.
Kale, I'm...
Out of questions, I should hope.
Very good. I've still some business to attend to. I would appreciate it greatly if you two were to step outside in the meantime. I'll arrange for an escort party to see you safely to the bottom.
Why am I doing that to my voice? I thought she would be cooler like that.
No longer willing to allow the conversation a chance to continue, Kale turns her back on the girls. Rain is caught in stasis, unable to think a single thought or move a single step. It's faint, but the sensation of the feathers on her wings being stroked breaks her from her trance. She looks down, finding Mila's hand.
I think we should go, Rain.
Yeah. The two make for the doors, arms intertwined. The fear of falling never once crossed Mila's mind in the safety of this room, but the act had become habitual after their time together. Neither pulled away when they realized how silly it was.
I'm sorry. I took us as far as I could. Maybe if we were just a little faster. It's so much more than I thought anyone would for me. I'm sorry too. I've gotten you in so much trouble.
Rain shakes her hand. Her head, a single feather falling to the floor as she does so.
We shouldn't be talking like this. We may not see each other for a while, so we should say some nicer things instead so we can leave on a happier note. Thank you for all the fun today, Mina. When you called me your other best friend, you made me so happy. I'm really glad you came by the post office today. Thank you too, for believing in Dandy all the way until the end. I don't know how long Mom will be upset, and I also don't know what kind of punishment they're gonna give you. But even if we have to wait until we're grown-ups to see each other, I'll keep reminding myself of you so we can be friends again. I can't start crying when she's close to you. Keep it together, Rain. Yeah, me too. We both probably have a lot of fun stories to share by then, so maybe the wait won't be all that bad.
Mountain Post is a special part of the village of Vite, a place where people are offered the chance to say goodbye one final time. Today, however, Rain and Mila choose to part with a promise to see each other again, no matter how long it may take. So as they prepare to make the leave of the undeliverables, they say their farewells for now, knowing it won't be forever. A glow. Faint, more suggestion of light than anything else, but enough to make its presence known all the same. Rain stops in place, turning to find its source, her companion following her lead and doing the same. And there in the top row, second from the left, the small cubby gently shines, its glow already beginning to intensify. Another one. As Rain utters her whisper, Kale notices the light as well. As she did before, she bends her knees, one wing bead.
3 weeks. 3 weeks! Even if it was, it'd be impossible to tell in time.
2.
No delivery ever leaves this room. Kale's accepted that is how things have to be, but... if I'm right and we can prove it before Kale opens it, maybe Mila and I can perform a miracle. Perform a miracle?
Oh, no?
Trust. Together. Mila, I need you to trust me, okay? Huh? What's going on? I need you to hold onto me as tight as you can. Tighter than that if you're able to.
How do I do that? Oh, okay. Mila considers her friend's request, eyes darting around as she tries to piece together Rain's plan in the midst of the urgency she's being presented with. It doesn't take too long for things to click.
All the way up there? I can't.
Yes, you can.
Please, you have to be there. You have to be there too. I promise we'll be back on the ground in no time. Dandelion too.
Although hesitation initially overtakes her, Mila steals her resolve with a firm nod. Throwing her arms around Rain's dress and clenching her fists tighter than she ever has before, Mila holds on tight.
Mila, let's give it all we got.
Ooh, upwards Rain! Or... In that same instant, Rain throws her wings to the air, then downwards with every bit of strength she can afford to muster, knowing a swift takeoff would be her only chance of outspeeding Kale. A moment later, the two are airborne, Rain's sights set on a guiding light. Don't you dare. 5. Though swift, Rain was far from subtle in her first moments of flight. She can't afford to look down, though every microsecond of advantage over her mentor a priceless treasure.
Reach out for it when we get close. Don't be scared. Okay?
The box continues to shine, growing brighter and brighter every passing moment. Rain grits her teeth, putting everything into each flap of her wings. The strain pairs with the additional weight, driving her to exhaustion far quicker than she ever had before. 6. Rain had lost count of Kale's wing beats prior to now, but her heart begins to race as she hears her take off, going so fast as to sound like she's cutting through the air. Rain hurts all over. She shuts her eyes to drive the pain away, the light above now so radiant as to pierce her eyelids regardless. Higher and higher, brighter and brighter, closed in her own world, but still bombarded with counter sensations, all begging her to stop. Higher and higher, brighter and brighter. Even with her eyes slumped shut, the light still overwhelms. Rain's vision is that of nearly pure white, and still it only continues to intensify. Till suddenly, it's gone. Rain's eyes shoot open, disoriented and confused. Her head swivels down to check on her friend, heart beating out of her chest. Mila isn't holding a letter. Rather, in her free hand she clutches a small parcel. Though its metallic orange wrapping may glimmer in the distant light of the room's lanterns, its radiant glow has faded. An indescribable relief washes over Rain, the journey together at long last, finally finding its happy ending. As Rain allows herself to let her guard down with the job finally done, her muscles relax and the immeasurable exhaustion she put herself through over the flight catches up to her all in an instant. Uh-oh. The world goes black once again, and the two begin to fall.
Dandelion.
As Rain comes to, she finds herself still mid-flight, though not due to her own wings.
You awake?
No sudden movements. We're almost there. Keep holding on to her, miss. She and Mila lie on the back of Kale, wings outstretched and cloak held as tightly as her wings could grip, forming a makeshift net. It's unstable, but good enough to provide a small sense of safety as they float gently to the bottom. Soreness throughout her body is nigh overpowering, but the feeling of one of Mila's arms holding her close feels even stronger, almost managing to dampen the pain. True to Kale's promise, the three eventually make their landing. Kale kneels down, allowing for the girls an easier disembark. No, please, no more crossbow bolts. I'm gonna cry. Mina falls first, eager to have something beneath her feet again. Rain follows soon after, though her landing is considerably more wobbly. Freed from the additional weight, Kale stands upright once again and turns to face her previous passengers. Lie down if you need to, Rain.
Thank you. I'm okay though. I think.
Kale shifts her focus to Mila, only to find a seaborn girl offering up a parcel.
I'm sorry. I don't want you to get in trouble either, Miss Kale. If you need to look at it first, then...
If only for a split second, a tiny trace of a smile finds its way to Kale's lips, though it's quickly dispelled with a shake of her head. It's not my mail to open, miss. The energy in the room shifts as Mila pulls the package back down. Nary a sound echoes through the room, save for the gentle flicker of flame. Mila visibly shakes as she takes her first tug at the twine, the adrenaline of her flight intermingling with her nerves as the two couriers watch intently. Time moves slow, agonizingly so, as the string eventually gives way. I'm so sorry. I have hiccups, as she begins to carefully peel back the glimmering orange wrapping. Finally opening the box, Mila releases a small gasp. She scoops one hand inside to grasp its contents, allowing the box to fall to the floor with a quiet thud, masked by the crinkling of the wrapping paper. In her hands rests a small knapsack, made of the same material as Mila's vest. Dandy's scarf. Tears begin to well in Mila's eyes, satisfied just by the gift's wrapping rather than its contents.
Keep going!
Mila, reminded that there was still yet more to go, responds with a nod. Though her hands shake even more intensely than before, she pulls at the cloth with as much care as she can muster. At last the fabric comes loose, covering Mila's hand as it falls. Rain and Kale share a confused look. Mila's reaction is much more severe, with her trembling worsening and her tears quickly escalating to sobs. Aww. Aww. Small plush mouse smelling faintly of mint. It was a cat. Her favorite. Mila instinctively tightens her grip on Dandelion's gift as the flood of emotions escape her body. Two Gale kind watch in silence, trying to piece the puzzle in front of them together. Gale is the first to make some form of realization, bringing a wing to her chin. Miss, is it possible by any chance that your friend never knew how to write? Mina hears the question but can't even begin to form a word. Thankfully, Kale is able to intuit the answer all the same. I see. So that's the way of things. Hey, huh? Kale's question proved just enough to give Rain the extra help she needed to reach the truth.
So Mina's best friend, who she did everything with.
I knew it!
I've never heard of anything like this happening before. You just told us that it isn't possible. Only people have magic, and you need that to send mail. Dandelion would have had to.
The final piece slides neatly into the puzzle. Into place. Intentional or no, little Dandelion was given the gift of a tiny amount of magic, as if the Earthbird's magic embedded clothcraft and Mila's mother's handiwork. And when the time finally came for Dandelion to make proper use of that gift, she knew in her heart what she wanted to do. Though she was certain Mila would be sad, Dandelion hadn't the words to tell her how much she meant to her, and so, instead, her final act was a familiar one. Sharing her favorite toy with her favorite person, hoping it once again bring a smile to her face. You want me to save me? Mila brings the plush close to her chest, holding onto it as if it were at risk of flying away. Grief, love, joy, loss. Mila's tears are aimless and show no signs of slowing. She chokes as she catches her breath, and Rain spots her opening. She closes in on her dearest friend, wrapping her wings around her in the closest a Gale kind can manage to a hug. For the first time, the two are comfortable enough to cry together. Oh, I'm deeply sorry for the severe clerical error our office has made and the trouble it has caused you. Nevertheless, it fills me with an abundance of joy to see your parcel safely delivered. I'll see to it that you make it to the ground floor safely whenever you're ready. The head of the undeliverables readies for the door, though turns back briefly to address her subordinate. Unfortunately, I can't go against protocol. I'll still need to report this incident to your grandmother. You know what? That's fair. Rain doesn't respond, nor does Kale wait for her to. Whatever may come of this will be an issue Rain can handle tomorrow, but for now, all that matters is this moment. She manages to smile as her tears continue to fall.
You did it, Mila! We did it!
Thank you, Rain.
Thank you. I owe you more thank yous than I could ever give. How about one more and we call it even? Okay, one more.
Mila takes a moment trying to hold back her tears just long enough to make this last thank you special.
Thank you, Rain. Farewell, Dandelion. How dare you!
Far from the hustle and bustle of the capital of Alchemica lies a small coastal village by the name of Vite. In the mornings, those who live near Earthworth residences are woken by the scent of fresh bread being baked and cloth being spun, magic imbued within every creation. Throughout the day, Seaborn work tirelessly, the hammering of nails and sawing of wood being telltale signs of their presence. But few in number, you can seemingly find one just about anywhere you go. As the sun sinks low, the spark bounds make themselves known, the quiet humming of the devices serving as a familiar ambience as well as a promise that tomorrow will awaken to some new manner of convenience or innovation, though whether it will last till the following sunset is always an uncertainty. However, on the far eastern outskirts of the village, there lies a place that has proven to be unusually noisy today. There are a small crowd of residents and couriers alike engaging in small talk around a wooden stage. A gargantuan tree climbing so high into the heavens that the clouds hide its canopy from view. Oh, this is a Kabisky in your eyes and taking Cassidy. honestly. I feel it. Listen. Somewhere early on, I had this idea in my head. I was like, I mean, no one ever said that Dandelion had to be a humanoid, right? No one ever said anything about that. And at its base is Morton Post, a modest little post office the Leokai called her home, and where a small ceremony is scheduled to take place today. Gail stayed true to her word. Rain's grandmother, the postmaster, was informed of her granddaughter's exploit down to the last detail. She immediately shirked her duty, leaving the front office almost as soon as she was to start her shift. As she brought in a guest into the inner workings of the post office entirely unauthorized, and how she coerced said guest into digging through the letters of others. As she put the guest to unimaginable danger, climbing to heights of a tree that not even many couriers reach. Mila's mother was told much the same. It is. I don't like to think about pets dying. It makes me very, very sad. It's how life goes, but it makes me so unbelievably sad. They were also told of Rain's unbending determination to do right by Mila, stopping at nothing to help a guest in need, going above and beyond what any courier could ever be expected to. Now, despite the danger, she treated her with the utmost care and attention, matching her step for step and always putting Mila's welfare in front of her own. She performed a miracle and became the first courier in Morton Post's long history to deliver an undeliverable. The crowd hushes itself to a whisper, eventually falling to silence as Rain and her grandmother take to the stage. Rain reaches into her cloak, retrieving a simple envelope and passing it to her grandmother. The postmaster opens the lid, revealing a small vertical stamp held inside. With all of the care someone at her age can muster, she gently peels the back off. She ushers for Rain to bow slightly, and Rain obliges. She carefully finds a spot on her granddaughter's head and pushes the stamp firmly onto it. When Rain lifts her head, she is officially recognized as a one-stamp courier. The crowd offers modest applause, with her numerous co-workers being notably louder than the rest. Even if she doesn't make much noise, Rain's proudest supporter stands front and center, smiling as wide as she's able. Rain meets her eyes and returns with a grin of her own. On its surface, this post office offers the opportunity for loved ones to say their final farewells, giving those who still walk with us the strength to keep pushing on. The modern post doesn't assist in the severing of connections. Instead, it stands as a testament to how unbreakable the bonds between us truly are, able to transcend the board of the before and after, a celebration of all who hold a love for others in their hearts. Place Rain is proud to call her home, and one Mila is forever thankful to. Oh, okay. How dare you? Can't do that to me. Oh my god. You can't do that to me. Oh my god. The credits. Yeah, hold on.
Oh, you wonderful. I can play the scripting. German. Special thanks.
Wait, I know these people. Oh. Oh no, thank you for making such a cute game. My god. No, thank you. Oh my god. For such lovely games. And of course, I got to play the one that makes me the most emotional as the last one. Obviously, I only went a little overtime for sure. I'm definitely not going to regret this tomorrow. By the way, it is actually genuinely tomorrow in my time zone. It is 6 minutes after midnight. Oh, this was so nice. Now I can look at the parkour tier list. Now I can look at the parkour tier list without spoiling myself. Yeah. Oh, this was such a lovely game. Oh god. Thank you. You know, next time around, maybe I am not going to let a wheel choose which game I play when, because, you know, putting the two longest and the two shortest together was not the best idea. But I'm glad we did this. Oh, this was so nice. Oh, I have a little tears in my eyes. I have tears in my eyes. Oh my god. Thank you. Thank you for this. You love watching all four of them. Well, I will definitely be the first person to cry for more. Please. Thank you so much for making these games. Once again, I have it pinned up here, but for everyone who wants to play these for themselves, please do. They are free. They're available right now for the very, very low cost of a little bit of space on your hard drive. You also can play a game that will make you cry. Several of them, in fact. Whether it be from laughter or from how emotional it makes you. Oh my god, thank you so much for organizing this and having me and me going into all of this unspoiled. Once again, I can only repeat myself time and time. Oh my god, thank you. Thank you so much. It was so fantasy. It was a lot of fun to play as well. Thank you.
Now I can also listen to the soundtrack, and then I can remember where it played in the game. That's nice. That's cool. But yeah, I desperately do sadly need to go for now. Download is available. Ah! Wait, soundtrack. Wait. Wait, let me link it. Here it is. No, don't worry about it. I'm glad I stayed up like this. But yeah, thank you so much for coming back tonight. This is where we're going to have to end. I'm sure the other Bellflowers specifically are also going to get around to these games sometime in the next few days. So now that I've played them, I'm hoping to also catch their streams. Thank you so much for coming by tonight. Let me send you guys over someplace else though. Send you guys over to Fuga, who is playing a sad cat game. Oh, I don't know if that's a good idea. But let's go from one game that touched upon a sad cat to another one. Oh my god. Thank you so much for coming by tonight. It means a lot. Here's the right message. I'll see you all sometime later this week. Have a good night. Is that Catherine? Have a good night.
And bye-bye. Bye-bye.